Present.
Barnes Sutton,
Present.
Mavis Gregg,
Present.
Margaret Newbold. So I think we are all here. I will share with you that Amber was planning to be on Zoom, and now she's not able to do that, but she said apologies. She's had an emergency come up. Not with her family, but with the family friend. So we will be sending her good thoughts. Next, I would like to go around the room and have everybody introduce yourselves briefly. Just name and who you're with, and thank you for being here. I'll start with Lillian.
I'm Lillian. I'm a DPR Flex Trade Specialist, and I'll pass it over here.
Trey Fouché, I'm RRS consultant for the Central North region.
Good morning, Blake Covington. I'm another RS consultant out of the West.
Good morning, I'm Scott Payne, another RS consultant from the Northeast.
Terry Stowers, RS consultant from the Central South.
I'm Charlotte Smith, I'm the director of RRS. They have me over here scarily enough. I'm communicating with Brittany. Brittany's in the Southeast region, and she is joining us through Zoom today, so she'll be able to, if you have any questions, I will transfer those to you if you have any questions about her grants.
Jeff Michael, Deputy Secretary of Natural Resources, and Secretary Cashel will be joining us around closer to 11 or so thereafter. So, I also want to give a shout out to Greg. For those of you who don't know his many talents, he's one of our top photographers. So some of the really cool photography and drone footage video that you see is his product. So
I'm not doing the drone show.
I'm Jonathan Avery, Assistant General Counsel from DNCR.
David Head, Deputy Director, Planning and Recreation Resources with NC State Parks.
We're introducing ourselves too. I'm Mavis Gregg, part of.
Louis Lefford with Bardiff.
Beth Hiley, part of.
Brian Strong with State Parks.
Margaret Newbold, part of.
Doug Howard, part of. Barnes Sutton, part of.
Addie Porter, part of.
Vonda Martin, Grants and Outreach. Michelle Wells, Director of North Carolina Recreation and Park Association.
Kathy Capps with North Carolina State Parks, Deputy Director of Operations.
Eric Estes, North Carolina State Parks Administration Space.
Louise Orr, Contact Coordinator for Parks.
Michelle Leonard, Director of North Carolina Friends of State Parks.
Michelle, number 3, Land Protection Specialist with State Parks.
Yeah, that's the Michelle corner over there.
Our corner.
Well, and I do want to announce, I'm not sure it's public, but I want to thank Michelle Leonard. If you don't know, Friends of State Parks funded our Waypoint Adventures contract this summer, so we can continue that program. And I know that when Adam gave his presentation on Waypoint, I think we all were excited about it, and so thank you for funding that. That is a great thing.
It's our pleasure and honor to do so. It's a great program.
Thank you. Okay, let's read the ethics statement for Pardiff members. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict of interest or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. We ask members who recuse themselves to not participate in the discussion or voting of said matter. Does anyone have a conflict today for any of the local grants that we are considering? Okay, thank you. Let's move to the minutes. Has everybody had a chance to read the minutes of the March 21st Pardiff meeting?
Move approval.
Beth, I second.
Lewis makes a motion to approve. Beth second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Minutes pass. Okay, so the big thing we have today are, as we know, our local grants application for the funding for accessibility that we had left over from last time. So Vonda is going to go through each project. I know that we have a lot of really good projects. Unfortunately, we don't have as much money as we need. So it's going to be, I think, a hard day to make decisions, but I know we'll all do the best we can. So Vonda, unless anyone has, does anyone have questions about the process before we listen to Vonda go through each project, and then we'll vote? And when Vonda finishes, we'll go over and remind everyone kind of what the highest things are to consider that we consider for voting, plus the rank and score that RRS has done.
Yeah, so you're gonna get a lot of me this morning, but the scoring portion is gonna be after the local grants update. So we'll do that right before lunch, or right in at 9:50, we should be moving into the AP, and then selection right before lunch. Working the secretary in when she arrives, and then after the break, we should be able to have the rank on the selection. All right? Can everybody hear me okay? All right, I'll try to speak up a little bit. So, local grants update. This is a picture of Hammocks Beach, ferry service to Bear Island at our last meeting in March. This was our group that cruised across the pond to go to the island.
Are you a little child?
It was really cool. So, staff outreach, we are continuing to share our message with as many folks as we can about Cardiff and about state parks. And so here is a got to be NC, as well as Fort Fisher Spring Festival, and it was really cool. There was a obstacle course set up.
Yeah, so they, our INE team set up the state of North Carolina and all the parks and put critters you would find, stuffed animals of the critters, that you would find in the parks, and they could hop across the state from mountains to see in the parks. And when they ended, they got to stand on Mount Mitchell and look at all the states around. It was really cute. They had so many kids going through it playing hopscotch. It was a lot of fun.
Very cool. Thank you. And we also were at Visit NC, at the Visit NC conference. So we are we're continuing to be out and about talking about the good things about our grant opportunities and state parks. So we have authority sightings that are happening all across the state. Well, this one happens to be in Madison, Wisconsin. And so I'm really proud that this group got to go to Madison, Wisconsin, and the authority sighting is Beth, representing the Great Trail State Coalition. This is North Carolina. So this is the North Carolina folks. Do I need to? I don't even think I can tell you everybody.
So, Sam Little and Ari Clark are right there on the left. They're our trail specialists. Sam for the Piedmont region, Ari for the mountains.
Ball cap? What's going on with his head?
That's a ball cap.
Ann Savage with North Carolina State University as their tourism extension associate. Beth, me, and then Amanda Smithson is our new trails manager as of May, I think, Dave?
What's that?
Officially.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And then, of course, Trey.
And the gray.
Representing for RRS.
Second from the right.
Yeah, I heard it was an incredible experience at the International Trail Summit. So I'm so glad that we had such a good looking group there. More authority sightings. This is Patty Mountain Park and West Jefferson Trailhead, the Northern Peak State Trail. Ooh, that was a lot. This was an incredible day. Margaret did so good. I was so proud of her and all of the conservancies that assisted with protecting this beautiful space. Margaret, I don't know if you would like to share more information, but it was a really, really cool day.
Yeah, it was really fun. We had the governor came, and that was very exciting. And we had Congresswoman Fox there, so we had a lot of local officials, and we had, I don't know, maybe 100 people or so there. So it was very exciting. People love that park, and it's one that it took, I think, about 10 years for the local land trust there to actually secure that property. So it was one of those really long conservation projects that we've all been involved with, and we all know you have to be very patient and very persistent. And when the time was right, the local land trust, the Blue Ridge Conservancy, secured the land and then got the funding, and it's just a great thing for Ashe County.
Yes, so West Jefferson is right outside of town, 3-mile trail,
They're 2 loops. It's about 3.4, I think, together with both loops.
So great day trip, yes, sir.
And I think it's the first section of Northern Peaks.
Yes.
to be built.
Yes, I think, although there may be one in Jefferson too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is, thank you, Dave, this is going to be either the start or the second start of the Northern Peaks State Trail that will take you from West Jefferson up all the way over to Boone. And eventually it'll be about a 47-mile trail. So it's a huge project that has lots of partners working very hard to pull it all together.
It was a great
They were
day.
very thankful for their Partif grant.
Yes, yes, multiple grants, but
And
yes.
RTP, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great photo, Margaret.
Jeff, it was great, yeah. It was a great picture. And Kat's she photobombed him in the back there. And I was going to try to erase her, and Jeff said, no, leave her. And I was like, okay.
That's good.
So, not that I could erase her anyway. I couldn't do it. So, Ashe County continues to be recognized on our slideshow. Margaret participated. Margaret, and I'll let Margaret tell you more about it, but it was the Ashe County Park Expansion Project. It's a Partif project that just closed out, and they closed out or are going to close out? In the process of closing out. Yeah. So Trey, anybody that would like to speak
Go
more
ahead,
about
Trey.
it?
So Ashe County Park is a park that has received a number of Partif and LWCF grants through the years. It is it's got ball fields, it's got a fishing pond, it's got basketball courts, tennis courts, etc. They got the opportunity to preserve about 145 acres that adjoins the park, and so Partif helped acquire that property, and then it is a more passive part of the park. So both trails, mountain bike trails, and hiking trails, as well as a skills mountain biking park that's really neat and really well done, and picnic shelter, a fitting playground that fits the setting. It's really sort of the shaded, cool area of the park, both in both meanings of the word cool, from my perspective. So yeah, they are excited to open it, and we're really appreciative of part of support for this project and the years of it that they've had.
I will add that Senator Daniels' wife texted me. I don't think she got in the middle of it, but she was accidentally there walking her dog, and she texted me and said, "There's a ribbon cutting going on, and this is the most awesome park ever. I wish I had this 5 minutes from my house." So I thought that was cool. I don't know what she was up there, because that's not their region, but she was like, "This was awesome."
Well, it's the second highest rated disc golf.
That's what I was going to say. It's famous for its disc golf course.
It's a really, and the property that was added, again, was a really interesting kind of long-term thing that the locals worked on for a while, and the woman that owned it eventually decided that that's what she wanted to do with it when she left. So it was a great gift to the county too.
Cool shelter too. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank y'all so much for the additional information. So I'm going to go, we're going to talk a little bit just quickly about upcoming authority meetings. So sorry, we're not at Jockey's Ridge State Park. We understand there was some confusion. They have enough going on that we moved away from them, so we would not get in their way. So we're here. We thank the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau for hosting us today. Amy has been super helpful, working, getting all of this set up. So thanks again to them. So at the end, I'll share a little bit with you about the itinerary for tonight for Jockey's 50th. But August, the next meeting will be August, right? So we're funding AP today, finishing up AP, and we will do a selection meeting for Pardiff August 22nd. So if we missed a couple of details in between from last meeting to this meeting, we have been extra busy. So that funding meeting, Pardiff selection meeting will happen, and we will also have a full presentation on SCORP for you from McAdams and myself. Following that, we'll send you a survey, and then November the 7th, we're at Merchants Mill Pond, where NC State Research will be the keynote speakers for that meeting. So we're kind of moving through your request of the items of interest, and we'll try to update as much as we can. I know that NC State will talk a little bit about Strive for Access at the November meeting. So I just wanted to give you a snapshot of the Accessible Parks Round 2 selection. You can see the applications that were funded in the first round, are the triangle, and the circles are the current applications for this round. So the authority was shared the map as well as just a single map with just the applicants on it to make as one of the charges for geographical distribution. We'll talk more about AP right after this. So just some status of state local grant updates. The Great Trails State, we have we have scored 89 applications, and we are indebted to the State Trails staff for helping us get through that. We are trying to zip up the Great Trails State program funding by the end of the fiscal year. So these GTSP applications closed in November of 2024, and so we're really, I have to give another big shout out to Smith Rayner and Kat Dosh for helping us. As far as the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, RRS and Lillian are working hard to evaluate the applications this month. There's some great projects. I have to commend RRS for doing such a great job with the local governments. There's some great projects, and we're excited to give you more details. And you should have that notebook July 7th. Yeah, so we're hard at work working through Pardiff, and it's going to be fantastic. We have approximately 8.9 million anticipated, but we have a $15.7 million request. Federal grants. Grants did a retreat with RRS in January. Grants and Outreach did. We all got together. And one of the big items that we have been working very hard on in the last couple of years is helping LWCF. We're translating all the ins and outs of the LWCF program, and it's still a lot of ins and outs that are going with it. We aren't wishing our life away, but we'll know more in October when our apportionment comes and the federal fiscal year starts, what that looks like for us. So fingers crossed that we get one. It's kind of what we're hoping. So, but Land and Water Conservation Fund is kind of a easy thing to remember. It is opposite of Pardiff. So Pardiff closes in May. LWCF opens in May. And they close at similar times. So, I mean, they close opposite each other. So, so RTP and safety and education grants, their deadline is September 1st, so we've got that in the mix. That is, they can apply for RTP from $10,000 to $100,000 for trail development projects. So, safety and education grants, this is the first time in a long time, and I attribute it, this is my story, I attribute it to a lot of the outreach that we're doing, but they had safety and education grants. They had more requests than they had funding for the first time in a long time. So I'm so excited that there are trail safety and trail education grants available, because trails is number one in SCORP, right? We can't forget that. So that's just a little bit of information on the federal grants. So skip over to SCORP. I'm sorry, yes?
If I have any questions about any of
Oh, yeah, please just,
that's a lot of stuff.
yeah.
Do we have questions?
Yeah, that's just the 5 of them, 5 grants that we manage.
I have a question about safety and education, because I can't read those numbers.
Okay. They had, with $58,335 in the spring cycle request. We are over the available funding amount by $2,500. It's the first time that has ever happened. The maximum request for these types of education and training opportunities is $5,000. So that's just a little bit about.
And then are the same people scoring and ranking and choosing those as RTP, or who?
Yeah, so Talivia Brody is the grant specialist.
Okay.
And so she's in our house, and she's still got a leg in the trails section, and we're still working through that to figure out where she's going to land.
Those are rated by the trail specialist and trails program, and then recommendations are made to the North Carolina Trails Committee, and then they approve the recommendations, and that goes to the secretary.
We haven't had to rank those because we haven't had yet, until this point, had more requests than funds.
Right.
So if we continue to do that, we'll have to figure out some sort of scoring system for that, for those RTP grant, safety and education.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of some of the things going on in the federal government, the Federal Department of Interior released their budget justifications this week, and the state side LWCF fared very well. The federal, not so much, in that they're recommending all those dollars go to maintenance backlog. So there's a lot of folks anxious about that at the federal level, moving those. A couple other things I thought was interesting, that the Department of Interior proposed establishing a central wildlife, they call it a wildfire fund service. And they're going to move a bunch of funds over to that, and that takes away the responsibility of firefighting from the U.S. Forest Service. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of support that gets. And another one is they zeroed out many of the Fish and Wildlife Services grants, and those are major grants. That's a lot of money for years through Penham Roberts and other federal sources that provided a lot of federal wildlife grants. They're talking about moving those into other conservation funds. So it's not being well received by a lot of the national conservation groups. So, but the good news of all that is the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund on the state side was well received. But yet, that's the Interior's recommendation. It's got to get through the administration and then through Congress. So it ain't over till it's over, is it?
Thank you for that. Yes.
Are there any other questions, comments? I'll slow down a little bit. Coffee.
Generally speaking, in matters like that, do we have someone that's active in those conversations, lobbying one way or another?
Our National Association has an employed advocacy firm in D.C. that's lobbying for it, and they're trying to tie in a number of the other groups. And North Carolina's had a history of having some pretty strong advocates in D.C. from our various conservation nonprofits.
Right.
I think,
And I can say the governor's office is staying on top of all the federal cuts and how it's impacting state agencies. And so we have a central clearinghouse where we're providing information as we hear it in terms of the impacts of our programs, but also some of our partners. So this is some of what Louis was just sharing with me, is news to me, and I want to make sure maybe I'll follow up with you.
I'll forward you a link
Make
on
sure
it.
we get that to our place.
mean, I don't.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know enough of the details to say what the liabilities or the benefits are. It's just, that's their initial proposal.
Yeah.
I don't think they're recommending not doing the firefighting. They're just trying to put it into a different wildland fire agency.
Yeah.
Well,
I
and
think
that's-
the more concerning part for me is I don't know if our federal government's, who's responsible for wildfires, taking care of that, and like.
The U.S. Forest Service on federal lands.
Right.
And then they support state agencies on the state lands.
Yeah, and how does that affect parks?
Well, I mean, if it's a federal agency, a federal land, they'll respond with all their forces, and of course, the national, there's a lot of training, cross-training among all the different agencies that do that. And of course, North Carolina's got a prescribed burn fire program that would, in the case of a major emergency wildfire, they're gonna roll in and help. I assume, Brian, you still got a pretty strong group of prescribed burn.
Yeah, so I think the biggest issue that, the concern that I think the state has, both State Forest Service, Forestry, and Parks would be less, you know, we do statewide response. So we have 3 fire teams, Mountains, Piedmont, and Coast, but we're getting a lot more requests for assistance. North Carolina Forest Service is down, you know, hundreds of firefighter positions, and then you sort of take into account that National Forest Service is reductions. I think State Parks is gonna be asked to play a bigger role in response to wildfire and in the state. So I think that
That's
from,
scary to me, but. it's
we're
something-
already doing it. It's
Okay.
already started,
Oh.
unfortunately. Yeah, we're already doing a lot of response, and it's just because we have really good trained staff.
Yeah.
And they're just being asked to be not only on the teams they manage, but to be in the 5-person response
Oh.
teams, yeah.
And I think Brian's team's doing a great job,
Yeah.
really great job. But when you think of their teams, those 3 teams versus hundreds of firefighters.
Exactly.
Right.
You can't, I mean, there's a disconnect
Yep.
there about being able to do the same.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Louis.
I think Michelle had, did you?
I was just gonna share with Barnes, his question. So the National Recreation and Park Association also has a lobbying team that's on Capitol Hill, watching LWCF as well, and working with all the other coalition groups as well. So that's another resource that represents North Carolina as well.
Thank you.
And it's my understanding they're being very active right now up in DC. So we have some very strong advocates up there keeping an eye on things.
Thanks so much for all the comments. And, you know, it's unfortunate, some of the things that are happening, and our team is staying positive and kind of doing business as normal until we're told differently. So we're still pitching our stateside. We're providing more education to our local governments. And like I had said earlier, RS is doing just a great job. So we're at home. We are still working on SCORPs. Feels like a couple years now we've been working on it, and I think it has been. So we're on schedule to hopefully get the full draft to the leadership team around the 4th of July. Make sure they have good reading over the holiday. But no, I'm just kidding. But that is our target goal, to have the final draft of all the chapters to the leadership team for review. But as we've been going through SCORP, I've tried to give you some snippets of some of the data that has been gathered. So because Partif works in the prosperity zone, and that is where our data kind of lives in the 8 prosperity zones, we did intentional focus group meetings and stakeholder meetings for each area. And so you can tell, there was 4 areas: the protection of natural resources, trails, maintenance of existing facility, and acquisition of new parkland. And so for each for each prosperity zone, they are listed 1 through 4 in each one. With the top of the state toward the mountains, protection of natural resources was number 1, and it goes down from there, as well as near the sand hills and the bottom. So all except for the northeast protection of natural resources was the #1 trend for those areas. So it's just interesting for us to drill down in some of the data to be able to see how folks are thinking across the state, in different areas of the state. So we're excited that SCORP keeps going. Our next steps, the division is currently reviewing chapters. We will have a presentation at the August funding meeting on SCORP. We continue to get feedback from the leadership team for draft recommendation and action planning, and then it will be approved. There will likely be a public comment time, 30 days of public comment in August, and the plan will be adopted in October. All right, so this presentation is getting ready to come to an end, but I just wanted to share a little bit of the itinerary tonight for the Jockey Ridge 50th anniversary. So VIP parking opens at 5. From the discussions with the Rangers last night, it is going to be crowded. So that's why all of you have VIP parking passes, so let us know if you need those. The reception opens at the Visitor Center at 5:30. They're going to put a bracelet on you, and then at 7 there's live music, and then at 9 at Jockey's Ridge there will be a drone show. So very exciting.
If we don't arrive, like if we arrive on the later side, will we still have parking access?
Yes. I don't know. It's hard to tell you no, Mavis, but I really don't know. I don't.
I was gonna say, I know Wanda.
Yeah. I hope so, but I don't know for sure.
Wanda assured I had a face.
Yes, well, you can try that. I don't think dropping my name is going to give you any clout at all. But yes, you can try that. Rain? Oh, it's not going to rain. It don't rain.
Very important.
I don't know the rain plan either. So, excuse me? Can I stop it? No, Jonathan's working on that right now. Yeah. So that's the end of the local grants update. I hope that was some good information for you to digest and pass along to anyone that may need to know that information.
Okay, let's take a little minute. Does anybody have any questions about the local grants update or comments?
Yeah, just one comment. There was great photos from Ashe County. Since our last meeting, we had another dedication in Forsyth County on Ballew's Lake. And Trey and I were there. There was a good attendance on a cool Monday morning. And in fact, there were 7 legislators that came and spoke. And to have 7 legislators from the area to get up and commend the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund sounded very positive to us. So it was another good update.
And thank you for attending that, Louis. I did have the rainy picture of you, but it didn't make the slideshow, so I'll go back and put you.
Better, good choice.
But next time, I have the wonderful photo of the authority that was shared with you last night with your wonderful hard hats on, so at the groundbreaking.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't get shared.
Oh, well, we'll fix that today.
I'm working that out. I'm getting her hat. She'll get her hat.
She'll get her hat.
She'll get her
That's
hat.
right. Yeah, that will happen. That will definitely happen. So I didn't know if you wanted to break or continue to the motor if
That's
we.
motor.
Yep.
Motor.
All
You
right,
know,
well,
Beth
motor.
Hiley is always ready to motor
All right.
on.
Well, do we want to do something special, or is that going to be later?
That's going to be later.
Okay. All right. So here's the special for today. All right. So we're getting ready to do the applications.
We're going to dance.
We are. Margaret's going to dance.
I'm gonna add, am 7 months pregnant, so if at any point during the presentation I get up and stand, it's because my sciatica is driving me nuts. So I just, if you see me I didn't want to be sitting for a couple hours and randomly get up, so I'll just make that. If I start standing in the corner, that's why.
That is exciting news.
Okay, thank you.
That is. We will not take it personally.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I just want to make sure that the authorities had a good starting point. So let's start working through these. So there are 29 accessible park applications requesting 11,011.8 approximately. They're ranked 1 through 29. That should be a 29, I hope. And we have 3.7, 3.8 to distribute.
Certified project, and that's why it doesn't go to 29.
Okay. All right. So it started out in the first round at $12.5 million. In the first round, every application that was submitted was funded. And so that leaves us with the 3.7 remaining. And I'm excited that, well, I'm excited and sad because not many of the great applications that we have in the second round will be funded. But I am excited for accessible parks and the efforts that have been made to get it to where it's starting to show its impact. And it took us a while to get there. A lot of times when we get funding and we get to interpret the legislation, we often cram it into Partif because it has been so successful over the years. So it took us a little bit to get to the minimum, no access minimum and maximum. I hope that the authority, I had a couple questions last night, and so it's truly making a difference at the local level. We talked last night, and the ADA has only been law for something like 12 years. And so you can just imagine all the parks that were in place in North Carolina before then. So we're definitely making strides. So the matching grants can be used for construction of facilities, adaptation of existing, and so capital reinvestment and investment in new.
Vonda?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that everybody, I know you showed the new map up there, but I wanted to make sure, the first map that we got in the booklets was the first round. And then Lillian, with I think the latest email, sent us the map that shows who was funded in the first round, because we thought that would be helpful for us to know, since this is technically the second round of the process. So I just want to make sure everybody has the second map to be able to see. I think this is where, especially looking at regions and population, you can get an idea of the funds that went out in the first round. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions?
I was about to text Lillian and ask if you would resend me the AP.
Here you go. I have a copy that you can look at, and you can pass it around if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I can also put it up on the screen when the authority is working through the selection process. We can put the map up on the screen as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions just about process before Vonda starts going through?
All right. So we talked a little bit about maximum, minimum, and no access. And I just would, if anybody has any questions about that and the thought process that went into scoring that way, if you have any questions, we would be happy to Scott would be happy to answer any of those.
I would like to have a little, if you don't mind, just going over that exactly, or if it's not you, Scott, somebody, just to make sure we understand, because I do think that's a kind of a new thing we're looking at.
Yeah, we did talk a little bit last night, and we used playground as an example, and so Scott, if you could run through that, that would be great.
So the root of providing accessible, I'll use play again, but accessible recreation. Kind of the rule of thumb is always providing access to and through and providing like sensations. But there wasn't a lot of guidance for recreation facilities until 2010. So parks built prior to 2010, they were trying to use that rule of thumb. But in 2010, there was a set of standards came out, the American Architectural Design Guidelines. It was easy to understand what an accessible restroom was and parking space. An accessible playground was hard. So they came out in 2010 with this set of rules that was enforceable in 2012. And from there forward, every recreation facility has to meet this design guide. Parks has been doing that since 2012. You're required to meet that guideline. For access for parks, we had the opportunity to not only meet that minimum of making sure that there was access to and through, but what is that universal design concept? How do I extend the best opportunity for anyone with an impairment? Universal design also, if you think about it, we always tend to think about individuals with wheelchair. There's also moms with strollers. What is that universal access concept? So a playground built in, or a park built in 2012 to 2014 may have an accessible parking space, it may have a path to the playground. And then a little ways down the parking lot, there may be another handicap parking and a walkway to a restroom, but they're not connected. So if you think about that design, it allows us to make that maximum opportunity. Accessible playground would be parking space, accessible path to, and a surface under the playground that is both safe for children to fall upon and can manipulate with someone that has mobility impairment. The minimum would be engineered wood fiber. That minimally allows it. But to go that one step further and make it the most accessible, you would put a unitary pour-in-place product. So that's going from like minimum to maximum, because it's not only that a child can play, but about the parent watching that child. If that parent is mobility impairment, how are we making sure that they can go take care of that child if that child falls? So making it maximum with that unitary surface, a poured-in-place rubber surface, is that maximum. So going from minimum to maximum. For parks that were built prior to 2010, they may have had no access because there really wasn't guidance. So that's where you'll see that no access to maybe maximum kind of consideration. Does that help?
That was great. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Scott.
So that gives you a little bit of the insight in the accessibility terms that we have finally landed on with the maximum access, minimum access, and no access. So thank you, Scott, for giving us an example.
I just want to say thanks for doing all that and getting AP to that point. It was frustrating that first round when we were like, ah! So this is great.
It is. Thank you, Beth. It also is, it's what we would like to accomplish with these funds. It's finally at that stage, and it's working. And so we're crossing our fingers that it's important enough that we continue the funding, but we're just in a holding pattern right now. But we're going to give out the rest and give out the rest of the funding and make the state a little bit better with each project. All right?
I got it from the LP now.
So here's our grant selection process. I just want to remind you that the first vote, we will give you a ballot. You can rank it 1 through 4, each project 1 through 4. And we will tally those during lunch, and we will be able to provide the selection after lunch. For any based on the first votes and no ties, we could offer a reduced amount to the last project in the running total. If a reduced amount declines, then we will hold the funds till the next round and get direction on how to expend that. If 2 or more projects are tied based on the first vote, and funds available cannot fully fund all tied projects, here is the tiebreaker process that I would like for the authority to vote on. Break ties by voting on tied projects with a new ballot. Offer remaining funds to only the tied projects, or if tied projects declined reduced amount, hold funds until the next part of award. Margaret, would you help me get a vote on the grant selection process?
Oh, okay, we need a motion?
We do.
Okay, thank you, Vonda. Anyone want to make a motion to approve Vonda's recommendation on how to vote?
I'll make a motion. Just one
Add-
note on the process, though, that we can't roll the funds into Partif. So that's not true for that part. We'll have to distribute the funds or it will be returned. We can't roll it into the Partif fund according to DNCR finance, so.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This was a copy and paste from the party.
This is the process we've agreed on for everything, and we agreed last time to roll it to round 2.
Right,
But
right.
there's nowhere to roll it this time, just to
Gotcha.
clarify.
Okay, thank you, Lily.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Addie.
Can I understand, can we keep that in a separate Partif account if we ever get more AP funds, if it's 50K or something like that?
I can ask that question.
Okay.
There's no sunset clause on the funds, right?
Yeah.
So AP is not recurring?
It's always been non-recurring funding. Yes.
Correct.
Only more of a political thing is if they come back and consider this and see leftover funds after 2 rounds, it may send a message that it wasn't a great demand for it. So that's just something to keep in mind if that's where you find yourself.
It's a good
But
point.
we have the demand in the second round.
Right.
It might be a second too late, but yes.
Okay,
Madam Chair, we get the motion restated.
yes, we need to restate the motion, which is to accept Vonda's recommendation on how we vote. If we have funds left over, they would roll to a AP pot if that is approved by whoever you have to ask. Is that right?
That's exactly how we would approach it. Find
Okay.
out who to ask.
Okay, sorry. Okay, do we have a motion to approve that?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Addie makes a motion. Mavis seconds. All in favor? Any comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. All right, so speaking of maps, here is the, this funding round. I guess it's, AP round 1 and the current applications, which are the blue dots. And it's pretty interesting. Scott, you've been working hard. Blake, you've been working hard. Terry, you've been working hard. And a lot of the initial hard work was funded in the first round. So thanks so much. I can't thank RRS enough. We're getting exceptional applications, and this is actually one of our, all the funding and scoring. I mean, it's tedious, and we are very conscious of being across the board, accuracy across the board. But this pot of money, I think, has a lot of impact, like Beth was talking about. Accessibility is mandatory for new projects, and Partif has done a really good job with that. But we have had a lot of success of educating people about transition planning and how to do your ADA access for a park. And so it's been really cool. So thanks, RS, for everything that you have done. All right, we're getting ready to start with the first project. These projects are listed in rank order. So I will pick somebody out of the audience to make sure that I'm not going too fast. If I do get into a fast mode and need to slow down, please tell me. The first project is the town of Dunn requesting $500,000 for CB Codrington Park accessibility improvements. And I will just tell you guys that one of the things that we were going to try to do is put a word limit on some of these names of these park projects, because they're just getting longer and longer and my circle can't hold it. So, Dunn, congratulations to Dunn for being the highest rated project. The next project is Henderson County requesting $498,513 for East Flat Rock Park. The next project is Nash County requesting $500,000 for Nash County Recreation Center improvements. The next project is the City of Wilmington requesting $235,200 for the Fit for Fun Center accessible playground. The next project is Alamance County requesting $310,232 for Cedar Rock Park accessibility enhancements.
Hey, Bond, I have a question.
Yes.
On any of them, but specifically about the Wilmington one, the funding history for these projects, is that part of an AP in the funding history?
Yes, the accessible parks funding is under the administration rules for the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund.
So for the Wilmington one, that 2023 project, is that an AP one?
I will have to default to Brittany.
I'm just assuming based on the description, the name of the project.
Accessibility to parks. So the previous round for AP was AFP, and so, but it's essentially the same grant with a slightly different score.
Yeah, and a slightly different criteria. There was some veterans and children in the legislation for the AFP. And so as we have done different iterations through 3 rounds of this non-recurring funding, it is now for everyone.
Sure. Thank you.
Alamance County requesting $310,232 for Cedar Rock Park accessibility enhancement. Cedar Rock Park has something for everyone. It has a lot there. So this is great that they have an opportunity to provide additional accessibility. Yes.
Can I go back to the Wilmington?
Yes.
Okay, Brittany's having some technical difficulties, so we're texting here. The Wilmington project is AFP, so that was the earlier one, and she said it's almost completed and they should close out soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, so was AFP, there was 3.
Yeah, accessibility for parks was in 2022, and it was $10 million for the same new facilities or reconstruct facilities for children and veterans living with disabilities specifically.
Thank you.
Fonda?
Yes, sir.
So to your point, this Alamance application does have a lot of elements to it, and my question is the funding realistic, or how do you interpret that?
I will have to.
Sure. Yeah, so Alamance County has, as you can see from their grant history, and even in their recent grant history, has done a good job of budgeting for their projects. It is realistic. They have done a good job of anticipating costs and planning for those anticipated costs.
Thank you.
Great question, Doug. Any additional questions for Alamance County? Okay, we'll move on to the next project is, okay, we did elements, is the city of Hickory requesting $213,850 for Civitan Park Improvement Project.
What is a communication board?
It is on a playground away, different pictures, different objects that someone that's nonverbal can go up and point to, you know, to communicate.
Thank you.
It'll have like a little picture, like you want to eat, or you want to drink, or you want to play with the ball, or whatever, so you point to what you want to do.
Thanks.
And I think it's called a PEC on your site plan, a PEC board. Yes.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Any additional questions? The next project is the City of Kannapolis requesting $500,000 for Bakers Creek Park restroom building. And Bakers Creek Park is divided somewhere through the park. It's half in Rowan and half in the City of Kannapolis, and so the restroom happens to be on the City of Kannapolis side.
It's Cabarrus County.
Yeah.
The city of Kannapolis is in Cabarrus and Rowan County.
Yes.
And Park sits in both counties.
Any questions, comments? The next project is the City of Locust requesting $500,000 for redevelopment of Officer Jeff Shelton Park. Any questions, comments? The next project is Jones County requesting $468,750 for Jones County Accessible Park. Questions, comments? The next project is Robeson County requesting $248,542 for the revitalization of Purvis Park.
To be the ghost of Cynthia, I will say this, they have not received a part of grant before.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thanks for filling those shoes, Beth, I appreciate that. Any additional comments? Shout out to Cynthia Tart. The next project is the town of Wilkesboro requesting $500,000 for Courtside Gateway Plaza at Cub Creek Park. Questions, comments? The next project is the town of Sawmills. Yes, it's real, town of Sawmills, requesting $249,600 for Sawmill Municipal Park playground renovation. Questions, comments? The next project is the City of Raleigh requesting $400,000 for Carolina Pines Park. Questions, comments? The next project is Chatham County requesting $434,792 for Parker's Ridge Playground and accessibility infrastructure. Any questions, comments? The next project is the City of Clinton requesting $500,000 for Newkirk Park. Any questions, comments?
I have a question about the fourth bullet under comments about parking. If funded, they will have to meet the ADA requirement for space and connection point prior to closeout. Is that, I mean, I didn't want a little more explanation of that, please.
That's Brittany. She said there is a gravel lot. Everyone, when we close out, they all have to be ADA compliant.
Right.
Sometimes if there's a gravel lot, we'll put in several paved spaces for in the route for, to get that ADA compliance.
So is that a cost they didn't budget for? Is that a concern?
It was not accounted for in the application.
Yeah.
So that's
So
the
they would-
purpose of the comment. They will not be able to close out the grant until they meet the ADA compliance.
Right.
So they will have other funds to do that.
Yeah, she said it wasn't specifically included in the project cost, but it will be done.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Brittany. We miss you.
She's waving on the screen. We've been having some technical challenges. You see me texting over here, me and Brittany, trying to get connected.
Thank you.
The next project is the Town of Jefferson requesting $391,958 for Foster Tyson Park.
They haven't received a part of grant.
I hear the chorus.
Is this the same park they applied for with our regular, or the August cycle funds?
Jefferson has not applied for this is their first time applying for a part of grant.
Oh.
So there's West Jefferson and Jefferson.
Oh.
And they are next to each other, but they are two different municipalities.
Oh,
So-
I'm from the mountains and didn't know that.
And they're both in Ashe County,
Yeah.
which was one of the grand openings that Margaret was at. Actually, both of them. One was in West Jefferson and one was in the county.
Okay,
So
thank you.
they got it going on. Any additional comments, questions? The next project is the Town of Matthews requesting $476,191 for Squirrel Lake Park. Any questions, comments? The next project is the town of Wake Forest requesting $500,000 for Taylor Street Park. Any questions, comments? The next project is the town of Winterville requesting $468,750 for Water Tower Park.
Vonda, if I'm not mistaken, are there not two applications for Winterville?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can we talk about them both at the same time, or?
Sure.
The other one is number 20.
It's the net is, number 20 is the second Winterville application. And I'm not gonna flip to it, I'm just gonna share with you a little bit of details about it. It is Hillcrest Park, requesting $436,813 for development.
Right, so what I didn't understand is there's no planning for that park request, but if I flip back to the prior one, there is planning. I don't know if that could be resolved? Well,
That's
a
Brittany
That's a Brittany,
again.
so we're gonna wait on that.
They met the criteria for planning for the Water Tower Park and did not meet the requirements for planning for Hillcrest.
She said, they used the same documents for both, but one project was not identified in the plan, in the application, so.
And so that would be the Hillcrest for zero in planning.
The criteria that we use for that section is, was the project identified in the plan? In the Water Street, this part, Water Tower part was identified expressly.
Thank you.
The other one was not.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
When an applicant has two proposals in, do we ever ask them to rank for you all, which is their high priority, or not?
No.
They can submit as many as they like?
They can, unfortunately.
Okay.
Not just do one in each round, but they do
Okay, thank you.
In some cases, I don't know about this one, but I know in some others, it's been more the elected officials wanted them to vote in sometimes.
Right. Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? The next project is Davidson County requesting $416,667 for Yadkin River accessible walking trails. Any questions, comments? The next project is the town of Pittsboro requesting $200,000 for Night Farm Park accessibility. Any questions, comments? The next project is Sampson County requesting $500,000 for Clement Community Park. Any questions, comments? The next project is the Town of Highlands requesting $500,000 for Highlands Recreation Center playground installation.
Was this impacted by Helene?
No. So all of the western sites from my region, all of them are functioning and open and don't have any sort of lasting damage to these sites. I can't speak to other areas of their jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments?
The third bullet on the comments, that private donation, is that at risk of expiring?
We don't know that it's secured, that's the only information. I would need to know, but.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? The next project is the Town of Archer's Lodge requesting $336,325 for Town Park Inclusive Playground. Any questions, comments? The next project is the Town of Boiling Springs requesting $500,000 for Boiling Springs Park Connectivity Project. Any questions, comments? The next project is the City of Kings Mountain requesting $500,000 for Davidson Park Splash Pad. I'm just going to move forward to the second Winterville application that we discussed earlier. If there are any additional comments. The next project is the Town of Andrews requesting $354,000 for Andrews Recreation Park pool access.
Vonda?
Yes.
So on this, and there was a couple more where there's no check mark in planning. But there is the ADA checklist. Can you just refresh my memory? What is the ADA checklist?
Sure. So it's a little bit about the education process that I was talking about. So the one above it says an approved ADA transition plan. And so that's part of the education. There's criteria that go with that for local governments. And so that's a big education point for us. Not many local governments have those for their entire agency. And so we wanted to make sure that through our education process that we gave them some knowledge of how to evaluate their park. And so we provided a ADA checklist so that they could look at doorknobs, look at the slope of their existing sidewalks, look at their connectivity. So they were actually allowed to assess their own park, and that's the difference between the two. So we didn't want them to not get points for an assessment of their site, plus we wanted to kind of give them some of the insight for how to do it.
Does everybody get the same checklist?
Yes.
They do? Thank
Yes. Any additional comments, questions?
For support for local groups serving or advocating for people living with disabilities, does groups mean they have to have support from two? Because I see they submitted one group, and I've seen that a couple of times. But is there a threshold for how many groups is considered adequate?
Yeah.
Two.
Two. You know, that's another one of the educational processes in our grant application, and I hate to beat the education dead horse, but sometimes Parks and Recreation and people living with disabilities don't have partnerships, and so that's one of the reasons that we ask them to find two groups that support their cause. Additional comments, questions? The final project for accessible parks is Person County requesting $146,213 for Helena Park ADA playground improvements.
So Person County is the oldest county recreation department in the state? That's interesting. Do we know when it was started?
Might have been Google that quickly.
They listed it somewhere in the 40s.
Really? In the 1940s? Interesting. Thank you.
Full funding occurring in 1961.
Okay, any questions from authority members at this point? I want to remind everyone that the factors that we use in considering this are obviously the scoring system that Vonda has just gone through, geographic distribution, which the map that Lillian just, I think, handed everybody a copy of the updated one that has the awards that were awarded, the yellow triangle that were awarded in round one, and then the applications are in blue. So it'll give you a good look at geographic distribution, presence of or absence of other funding sources, and then again, the population of the regions, which is listed in the summary sheets on each project, level of compliance with their prior grants. So those are kind of our top criteria. Any questions or comments about those? Do we have a scoring sheet? Are we ready to score?
We are.
Okay. Thank you, Vonda, very much for that. That was very good. You went perfect speed.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for asking questions. And I feel like we have all the information we need. It'll be a tough ranking.
Thank you.
Is blue
Thank
ink
you.
acceptable? Thank you.
Please,
Sorry about that.
airplane safe.
I appreciate that.
That's why I buy them. They don't blow up in airplanes.
Yeah.
I've had a few shirts.
Yeah.
Really?
But
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us here. Brian, we're going to move up since Lillian and Vonda are still counting the votes. I've asked Brian to go ahead and do his update for us. So, Brian, it's all yours.
All right. Well, it's been a good morning, and appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to give a little bit of updates, like I always think, Lewis, of that phrase, in chaos lies opportunity. It's pretty chaotic out there, so hopefully there's a lot of opportunities for us in everything that's going on. But a lot going on with Helene, a lot going on with the budget, so I'll try to give us an update on a few of those things and kind of some exciting things that are going on in the parks. One of the great things, we had a great opening, grand opening or reopening at South Mountain State Park. Let's see, Beth was there, Amber was there, so we had some great participation. The First Lady came and kind of did a reopening, ribbon cutting. So at South Mountains, we did that event in April. Again, I tell people, we opened it, but it's sort of the 70-30 rule. We got 70% done, but we got 30% still to do. We got the doors open, we got the campground, we got the visitor center, but there are probably about 5 of maybe 50 miles of trails open, and we still got several trails, bridges, and some infrastructure that we really need to continue to work on at South Mountain. So a great event. We're super excited. I give Superintendent Huss a hard time because he started there and started for 6 months and didn't have a single visitor. I'm like, come on, man. So, but he's got visitors coming. So it was an exciting day. I think at 6 in the morning, the trout fishermen were lined up at the gate, ready to get in and get back into the park. So really encouraging there. Secretary was there for that event, and Jeff was there. So it was just a great day. So exciting news. This is hot off the press. Chimney Rock State Park. We are reopening on June 27th, 2025. So very, very exciting. We lost the bridge to the park. We had extensive damage to our road into the park. We had a landslide at the top. We had some water damage at some of the facilities and the damage to the elevator. So the road, the entrance road, they've DOT, this right here is DOT's new temporary bridge. So they've built a temporary bridge that goes across the Rocky Broad into the park. DOT's helped us. One of their contractors have redone the road up to, there were several slides on the access road getting up into the park, and then there was a slide at the top. So all of those have been stabilized and material put in. The temporary bridge is in, and so we've been going back and forth with the town, and we really want to be able to communicate with them. So 27th, and then the other piece of this is the LLC had to rehire people because a lot of their people had taken jobs elsewhere. So they've rehired, and so on the 27th, we'll do a ribbon cutting, opening, flag raising. I'm not sure what it is, details to follow, but that's really exciting to get that one back open, get folks back in the park. And so the park will be open, they're talking about Friday through Monday, and it'll be ticketed, sort of like what they do at Grandfather. So that'll all be done through the LLC because they just don't know who's going to show up and how many people they're going to have per day. So they're starting out on this Friday through Monday and then work on the scheduling after that. Very exciting news there. Mount Mitchell, again, still closed. The section, the Bull Gap section, which is sort of the limiting factor, which is near the Folk Art Center in Asheville, is sort of the limiting factor of getting up there. So we are coordinating with the Parkway, and we're hoping sort of late summer, fall to be back open, get the Parkway back open, and that'll get us up to Mount Mitchell, get the contractor back on the restaurant, and so we're excited about that. staff is still doing a lot of work in the community, working on pollinator gardens with local schools. So still doing a lot of work, but again, we're looking forward to that opening. So right now, you know, that's a big piece. Yeah.
Are you aware of any kind of vandalism or poor use by people hiking individual?
So staff still can gain access to the park. So they're going up there periodically. The other piece, which is it's kind of exciting, Tracy Swarthour, who is the park superintendent, has actually come and is on rotation and working with state parks. So for the next 120 days, she is going to be working with us, and we're giving her some things that she wants to do and some things that she wants to engage in, and just learning more about, you know, how our state parks run. And so we're fortunate in there, so we're really going like, hey, how's it going on the parkway, and what's going on here? So we're really coordinating, because we have several $1 million worth of projects, sewer and water projects, that are tied to that, you know, federal money. So we've got to get those ones done as quick as possible. So we're still getting staff and contractors up there, you know, and we just want to make sure when they totally close it for that repair that we're set for that. So we're still coordinating, staff is still making it up there. You know, they can still get through those barriers. And again, we just got to be careful when they close that off. But we, like I said, we're, you know, man, if we could get all that ARP funding done, it would be incredible, because there are some pretty big, as you know, sewer and water up there is really a challenge. So, but we have a contract right now on the roof repair, and then, like I said, sewer and water, so that those contracts are in place. And so the issue there probably, you know, we don't know what it's going to look like. We winterized it, and you know, when you know how it goes, when you turn it back on, that's when you find the leaks and everything like that. So we're continuing to work on that. Grandfather Mountain, the Profile Trail, parking and campsite are closed on the Profile Trail side, and so we still have a lot of trees that came out in the middle of the trail tread, and you know, they're going to have to be cut and removed, and Kathy's doing an amazing job of working with FEMA on getting all of those things cut out, and then so we're excited about getting that park open. But it's still going to be a little bit, because even once you take these trees and remove them, we'll probably cut and chuck them to the side. You still got to fix the trail tread, so that might be cribbing and things like that. So still working on that park. New River opened Elk Shoals Trail in the drive-through campground at US 221, and the day use at Wagner. Wagner Road, we're still working on a well house that got demolished during the storm, so we're still working on repairs of that. And then Kings Creek and Allegheny access still closed, but we're working hard to get, it's mainly just we lost so much soil and gravel, and so we've got a big contract to get all that material back in. But you know, and I think, you know, you realize these things when you do this work, how much the local community, because all the outfitters depend on these sites. I mean, they're putting in at 221, they're putting in at Wagner, and they're putting in at Kings Creek, and they're like, you know, Brian, can you get these things open any faster, because you know, these outfitters have lost so much money over time because of these sites. So we're working hard to get those contracts done, and hopefully in a month or so we'll get all these sites back open, but still working on that. The other one, which is that's Swim Beach at Lake James. Again, that got flooded significantly, and it took a long time for the water to come down. So good news, we tested the sand because we were worried about contamination. Sand's looking good, so we're going to work on, we need to get several more truckloads of sand because we lost a lot of material there, and get that back into Lake James, and then get the Swim Beach line back up. But again, these are, you know, you go to Lake James on a beautiful weekend in the summer, and that Swim Beach is just packed. So working hard to get all these ones back open. Governor Stein, this was great. Visited Eno River State Park for Earth Day, and fun fact, him and his wife went on their first date at Eno River State Park, so that was great. So he was excited to be there. had a great time with the ranger staff, and he's really excited about state parks and really enjoyed his time there. So that was a great visit there. Went across the swinging bridge, and nobody got shot off into the river, so that was a good. So everybody made it across. So again, this was mentioned earlier. We had just a great contract with Waypoint Adventures, just an amazing, unfortunately some of it got cut off a little bit because of Helene, but it was a great, amazing partnership there, and then really appreciate Friends of State Parks that we are going to continue that contract. We just, because of all the budget and challenges that we've had, we didn't have the funding to continue that, but it was great to see Friends of State Parks. So really appreciate Michelle and all the folks at Friends of State Parks who helped make that happen. Just a great partnership, and we want to see that going. Continue to move forward. Again, I think this was talked about, but there were several wildfires. Obviously, there's so much concern with the additional debris that's come down from Helene, and not necessarily, we kind of had a really dry and a windy, as it always is in the early spring. And so we had 3 or 4 different large fires that we were deployed on. So staff really stepped up. We had some events there. The concern long term is as these fuels dry out, that you're going to have some really big challenges. And so we're keeping and really monitoring that in the parks. Places like South Mountains that had an incredible amount of blowdown. We'll have to continue to work on those and make sure that we're getting in there and getting that fire appropriately to remove some of those fuels. But again, this is sort of a big deal for North Carolina as it moves forward in the western part of the state. So we put into place, we do sort of about a 4-year rotation on our fee schedule. So we go through different things each year, cabins, rentals, like picnic pavilion rentals, and reevaluating those. And so this year we have new camping fees and reservoir entrance fees, which took effect on May 1st, 2025. Campsites, the RV, the biggest change really was our RV with full hookups. It was at 36, which was fairly close to the $26 for tents. So we upped that from 36 to 45. So we did a big analysis of, what other states are doing, what other, places around us. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're hitting a number that everybody can afford as best we can. So, but we do with all the costs, we had to update them a little bit. And then again, reservoir entrance fees went from 7 to 10 per vehicle. And then Kathy, the reservoir people told me that everybody's buying an annual pass to get around the $10. So we'll have to up, so it's like people are kind of figuring out their little workarounds to the entrance fees. So we'll have to continue to work on that. But that was sort of a little interest that I said, yeah, everybody's like, oh, it went from 7 to 10. I'm buying an annual pass, and now I'll save all my money by doing that. So then we'll raise our annual pass. No, but again, so this was implemented just recently. So had a great ranger commissioning. I think we had around 22 rangers that we commissioned. Couple things that I think for me say a lot for our organization and what we've done here is there were at least 2 folks that had left parks and had worked in law enforcement in some other capacity. They have now come back to the division, so we're getting people returning to the division. And we had at least 2 staff from South Carolina that worked in South Carolina State Parks that decided to come and work for North Carolina State Parks. So I think for me, just seeing those sort of people come back and just the new faces, it was a great day, very encouraging. Secretary came out and did the oath, and I'm just very encouraged. So that's a big deal. We're starting to see some really great folks come in and get commissioned and start to work for the division. This picture is kind of everybody that was there, and then the staff that from the parks that came, and so a great time. is a list of where everybody was from and some pictures of the event. So what kind of fun in the top right there, that picture is the superintendent at Fort Macon and Randy Newman and his son, who was commissioned as a ranger. So that's kind of fun to see that, get the father and son. And you see Randy like, why is Randy out of uniform? But it's out of uniform because he wasn't there working for Parks. He was there to see his son commissioned. So very, very exciting day. Party for the Pines. This is this has been going on for several years. And I think this is just to talk about how special Weymouth Woods, how special the longleaf pine community is there, how special, how important burning is in the community. So that was a great one. That was on April 5th and down at Weymouth Woods, and that's one we do every year. And then we do a little prescribed fire to show people what it's like and what burning's like in that area. Paddle for the Border, Dismal Swamp State Park. That was May 3rd, 2025. Kathy was there and got to paddle in that one. So that was great, and I'm sure that one was well attended.
It was. It sells out every year in usually a day to a day and a half.
Yeah.
What does it mean to paddle for the border?
So it's basically there is the Dismal Swamp Canal. Basically goes from where the Dismal all the way to the Virginia border. So you basically go up, you paddle from the park all the way to the Virginia border. Yeah.
And then come back?
I think they have shuttles that take you back.
Yeah, so it's a partnership event with the local Parks and Rec community in Virginia, and then State Park on the North Carolina side, and it's a joint event that just kind of celebrates the experience and the waterway access, and so it's paddling north, and then they usually have a lot of sort of fun sort of after paddle events up there, and then it's a shuttle back.
Fun.
So how many people do they let go?
They usually cap it somewhere between 420
Oh,
and
geez.
450.
Seriously?
Yeah, so it's a big event.
Wow.
And it's always around the beginning of May?
It is.
Do you have to have your own boat, or do they?
They don't. They've got tons of outfitters that will rent them as well.
Really?
So
Let's do this next year, Martha.
Let's do it. I think we all need to do it.
The whole committee, the whole.
Did we have the big canoes out for this?
we did. We did have big canoes out there. There was a group of Boy Scouts that were paddling big canoes. There are also a whole bunch of safety boats. Typically, some of the local elected officials will go on the sweep boat, which is more like a party pontoon boat. There's a lot of fun to be had, for sure.
Very good.
Those are certainly common to that habitat.
Are they like dangling?
They're welcome. The snakes are welcome.
Okay, thank you.
This was another sewer and water project that we had ongoing at Bear Island, just a complete renovation. So we were excited. We finished that project up, and then we reopened the ferry operations on May 14th, 2025, to get folks back on Bear Island. So that's really exciting, and that was just an incredible reopening there. So people were super excited to get back out there. And again, this is just sort of one of the ones, the phone calls I get and the emails I get from locals like, Brian, you got to open this. When are you going to open it? And I think just people so much in Swansboro, this is, the park is such a part of these communities in those areas. So we've always had this long-standing relationship with the American Canoe Association and Parks, and then Kayaking 101, so that's sort of this National Safety Boating Week in May 17th. So we had a number of events throughout the state, and that's just very encouraging. And a lot of new boaters had an opportunity to get out and get on the water and learn and do a lot of safety in that respect. So it's a great opportunity to get folks out and encourage safety on the water. Couple of new staff. We have a new chief of districts, and that's Joe Schimmel. And that person is responsible for managing all of our 5 districts, and he'll be working with folks there. We also have a new Goose Creek State Park superintendent, and that's Joe Martin. And so Matt Windsor was the previous Goose Creek superintendent, and he's now stepped into the role as the Northeast District Superintendent. Again, we talked a little bit about some of the outreach events that we've had, and we'll continue to do that. Just getting the word out on Pardiff, and of course encouraging folks with what State Parks does. All right, well, let me transition into budget proposals. So we've got a lot of different budget proposals out there, and these colors are: red is the Senate, black is the governor's, and red is the House. So
Red Senate. Blue is the House, right?
blue is the House. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, did I? Okay. Sorry.
Don't confuse me.
Yeah. So again, you know, everybody's got their budget. Everybody presented their budget, and so you can see there are a lot of differences out there. There's one recurring for LE salaries, which is about $1.2 million to increase salaries for our law enforcement staff. We had put in about 20 positions for operating reserve these are related to a number of openings we've done, additional land acquisitions, and so those are 20 positions throughout the state. The governor's budget for that had 12, and then both the House and the Senate had 20, our request in there, so that was very positive. We had a request for our law enforcement. We don't have a consistent body camera policy, and so we had a request for that was in the governor's budget but not in either of the other budgets. And then the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, we had a request for $2 million non-recurring, and that was in the House budget. And let's see. Yeah, those are just some interesting ones. Topsail Island got some funding for that acquisition out there. It's nothing to do with parks, but just, again, these are some of the department stuff. And then, so we did get in the House budget the $800,000 non-recurring, and that is for the Trails Partner Capacity Building. So that idea is one of the things that's really kind of some of these state trails. So there's 14 state trails right now, but there's no recurring funding for them to have either staffing or support. So that funding, that 800, really helps them. We'd love for that to be recurring, so each of these ones, but it makes a huge difference to some of these trail organizations that they have some staffing there. Brushy Mountains, again, that was a 1.2 non-recurring, was a grant to the Blue Ridge Conservancy in the House budget. And then the governor's had some funding for some capital projects related to Stone Mountain Visitor Center, as well as to Chimney Rock State Park at World's Edge. And then on the bad side, there was some, in both budgets, there was some elimination of vacant positions. So 12 in the Senate budget, and then up to 92 in the House budget. And so this is for the whole entire department, so not just parks. So what they did was they looked at positions that were not, well, the 92, I think, is positions that were vacant as of January 1, 2025, and then elimination of those. And again, these eliminations are not specific positions, but they are at the, have to be as a discretion of the department. Any questions on any of that?
Brian, the Brushy Mountain 1.2 million, is that for land acquisition or maintenance?
It is land acquisition, and it also includes an authorization bill for the Brushy Mountain State Natural Area.
Okay. So that would be for the Conservancy to acquire it and then
Acquire
transfer
it, yeah, with the idea that they would transfer it to state.
Good.
Because that one has been on our new parks for a new century for quite a while. So, mixed bag, they are hashing it out, maybe, maybe not. I think I'm probably not gonna get a budget, July 1, but we'll stay tuned, yeah.
Hey, Brian, I know you mentioned the 92 isn't specific to parks, but do you have an idea of what amount of impact parks will have out of that?
Yeah, and it's hard to say, we are the largest division within the department, so you would think sort of a large balance would be, we're about a third. If you just take that into account, we are, is it a third of the department, pretty much? Yeah, so if we're talking proportional, that could be up to 30 positions. Yeah. Hey. Some other legislation that's going on right now. So House Bill 140, which is Gula Geechee Heritage Trail, and then also recognition of the South Fork Passage. These are two state trails that were just recently rolled into House Bill 23, and these are additional authorizations. So that would sort of bring us up to 16 state trails, and so that's one of those. There was also Senate Bill 23, which were funds for inclusive playgrounds. I don't know if anybody saw that. That was to take $100,000 out of PARTIF, and then PARTIF would manage $5,000 grants. So that was a House bill that would just take those funds and use them for basic disability inclusive grants. And then our House, or our DNCR agency bill, and that is just the general bill that comes out with the agency. We have two items in there. One of them is the State Nature and Historic Preserves deletions and additions bill. So we have, as we do normally, we have some minor deletions, whether in some of them, like for example, we are deleting the land that we lost when the at Chimney Rock, when the maintenance shop washed away. We are deleting that property because it's gone. So that's being deleted from the State Nature Historic Preserve. And so there are some items like that, or road widening projects that impact the park that are no longer part of a park purpose. And again, we do additions of all the property we purchased since the last legislation. We're also asking for some increases. We are negotiating our leases with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers at Fall, Jordan, and Carr Lakes. And so we're actually asking if we can expand that up to 50 years. Is that right, Dave?
I think so, yes.
So, that's normally 30. We're trying to expand that to 50, but we need specific legislation for that. So that's just a general, and there's other bills for other divisions within the DNCR bill. There's a number of Helene bills out there. Let's see if I got, okay. So, and I don't think I mentioned this, but in a previous bill, we just received about $2.5 million from OSBM for debris removal, and that was there was debris removal. There was, I think, $20 million in that chunk, and that was distributed to state, local governments for debris removal. OSBM, we're super excited about this. This will be debris removal, and this is debris removal that doesn't quite fit the criteria for FEMA. So we have $2.5 million, and we've got a number of projects that Kathy's working on, and we'll try to get those ones done, but we're excited that that's coming to the state. This is a upcoming bill. This is not passed yet, but this is a more recent one. The governor had funding in the most recent bill, $225 million for local parks, $9 million for trails recovery, $20 million for Helene Parks restoration, and then $3 million for state budget, or for state parks revenue loss. So we have about a $3 million revenue loss that we had over last fiscal year from Helene. So that was the governor's. The House budget, it looks about $7.5 million for state parks and repair and restoration, and about $5 million grants to local parks, libraries, and museums. So that's just there. I can't recall if there's a Senate bill on that or not yet. I don't think that, yeah, okay.
And can I add one thing?
Yeah.
The governor's bill also provides for $20 million for debris removal to OSPM.
Okay, got you, okay. Similar to the last Helene bill, okay, perfect. All right, some save the dates. Coming up, June 19th, we'll be doing at Juneteenth celebration at the Teachers Building at Hammocks Beach, and that's exciting, doing the ribbon cutting there. So since we had quite a change of venue, we had June 27th was going to be the ribbon cutting at Bean Shoals for the bridge work and the pavilion work there. We're going to switch that to June 26th. June 27th will be the Chimney Rock Park reopening celebration. We're excited about that. And then in late August, we'll be doing the Occoneechee Speedway ribbon cutting. So that's what we've got coming up. A lot of great events. So we're super excited about that. That's all I have. If I can answer any questions for you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Brian?
I'm very invested in the zoo. Have we hired park rangers for the zoo? Because I know that was coming on under parks, wasn't it?
Yes, and so I think there's been some recommendations for at least a couple there. So we did, when that budget came out, we did a little bit of moving around because it was just sort of a flat, and we wanted to have sort of a little bit, I think, a superintendent position, hire that superintendent position, and they would hire like a Ranger 2 and a Ranger 1. Because, ultimately the zoo, they had a contract long-term with the county, and I think, that was up and down, and just having staff on hand, and especially the expansion of some of the land acquisition, climbing, things like that are a little bit more related to parks. So, yeah, so those positions are starting to be filled.
Okay.
So, yep.
Cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brian, I have one question.
Yeah.
At the last part of the meeting, we talked about reorganizing some funds based on damages from Helene. Is any of that funding that you mentioned earlier, some of that funding that we were hoping would come through?
Yeah, so it's sort of, when you say come through, do you mean like we could use those funds and not have to use the part of funds?
Yes.
So I would say yes, definitely. I'd say the $2.5 million. So the $2.5 million is I think we would probably have been reimbursed for that. It wouldn't have sort of fallen into that nice debris removal piece, but I think that gives us a little breathing room within that to use those funds rather than you have to go to Pardiff for some of those funds. Trying to think, what are the other ones that would substitute? Not knowing what's going to pass in the next bill, I don't know specifically on that state parks with that pot of money. The hope here is that between FEMA and some of the other pots of money, that we're not going to have to, that we can put all that money back into Pardiff eventually. So I think that's the hope there. I think so. For my opinion, based on what happened last meeting, we're in a little better shape because especially that $2.5 million gives us a lot of flexibility to get some things done. And a lot of it's related to most of when you talk about debris removal, what they're asking you is to get it, and they come and they pick it up and they take it off. Ours is, as always, parks is a little more complicated. We don't really need those stumps to be picked up, taken off, and part of the problem is you can't get there. So, yeah, most of that will be cut in place, left in place, which doesn't necessarily meet the criteria for FEMA debris removal. So, again, that $2.5 million gives us some help in those areas, and some trails, like the mountain bike trails at Lake James, we'll put those into some contracts, so.
Brian, I just want to add to, Brian mentioned a little bit earlier in his presentation about the number of businesses that are dependent on some of our site, particularly New River. And, you know, had we not had the funds that you committed to in March to get started on some of that gravel and
Yep.
New River and things like that, we would be even that much more delayed in our ability to get some of those communities open for those local businesses that are so dependent on it. So, again, thank you all.
And you know, this is just, whether it's good news or bad news, we just got a check for roughly 200,000 for, what storm was that?
That was
So, yeah, so I'm just saying. It's gonna take a bit. So, yeah, so just, you know, I'm trying to get people, let's think, this is a long haul, but that, you know, just got a check, and we're like, you know, it's sort of like, I don't, you know, where do we spend this? Okay, you know, and so it's gonna be like that, and just, you know, we're gonna be patient, and we're gonna get those things done we can, and so, but I appreciate everybody's patience on all this.
So Brian, would you remind me the funds that we did reallocate to the Helene Recovery Fund?
Yes.
And understanding that maybe what they were originally approved for may not be a need anymore.
No, I would say we will need those funds. So the idea of those funds were to, because FEMA's reimbursable,
right,
we need those funds up front. So when we do the gravel contract, we'll have to pay for that contract, and then we'll have to request FEMA reimbursement on it. So all of those funds are still necessary, and we're expecting reimbursement 100% of that funding that we requested. So, but what I'm saying is we have some additional funding that gives us a little bit more flexibility, that we won't have to dip into that money initially to get some of the work done.
Right, but I think my question was, so the money that was approved before is going to go back to those projects unless for some reason those projects don't need the same thing that was approved before?
Yes, that is correct. Some of those projects have been eliminated. So
Right.
when that money comes back in, we'll just put it back into part of stateside and reallocate it.
So they would come back before this group to be reallocated?
Exactly, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And the same thing, even if we get money back and we wanted to put it right back in that project, I would guess that we want to come back to the board and just,
Okay.
because they were approved to be moved out, and we'll get approval to move them back in.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Somebody had one, Doug.
I did. Can you just sort of broadly speak to the trail strategy? And I know you said, I think, we increased to 16, but how does that lay out as you think about the future development?
We're getting close to sort of crisis on that. We have two trails folks that handle that. So now if you're at 16, you're talking about 8 trails apiece. And so their job is mainly to help with the planning. You know, the individual, everybody has a sort of a organization. So like the Friends of Mountains of Sea Trail, that's associated with the Mountains of Sea Trail. And so each one of them has their own kind of group. Our job as those trail specialists, and Dave probably can describe it better than I can, what their responsibility and their role is in terms of the State Trails program.
Yeah, so the two trail specialists work with the partner organization for each of those state trails. Like Brian said, for Mountains to Sea is FMS, the Friends of Mountains to Sea. And they work on, so we were fortunate enough to get Complete the Trails program funds several times, so we've got 30-ish million in there. They work with those partners on projects that they're going to be doing, making sure they meet all the requirements that state funds require. Equine master plan was a brand new one. We had to do a full master plan on that, which we have public meetings on this month. to start wrapping that up. If we get 2 more, we'll have to do full master plans on those if they don't already have planning documents created, which many of them don't. So it's just kind of an ongoing thing that these 2 planners do, and they are, you know, like all of our planners are kind of at wit's end right now with just trying to keep up with all of the partners and the projects that they have going on, because we've been fortunate enough to get this money and work with them. Does that help, Doug?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but will they also have to do closeouts too, or?
Yeah.
So they'll have to go out to each of the projects that have been funded and make sure, you know, that they said they're gonna do 3 miles, that they did 3 miles, and all of that. So it's gonna be a lot of work, and then the other challenge is the more funding we get, you know, within that, which is fabulous. But we have to have staffing to be able to ongoing to be able to handle those projects that are funded through that.
So I'm sorry, I was talking to Lillian for a minute. I missed a little bit of that. But, so are we hiring for more trail staff, or where's that in our process, and how's the hiring process going?
So that 20 positions in the expansion budget had 2 trails specialists. So they're not in the planning program, but they're in the state trails program. And so the idea there is sort of like the staff at RRS. They're consultants. They not only consult with the parks in those, right now it's, you know, cut up into 3 different regions. But the hope is if we had additional staff, those staff not only support state parks within their region, planning, helping them with trail monitoring, all those things, but they also help local governments and grantees in those areas. So the hope is that we can kind of transition that. And so it's just, that's fluid in terms of how we're going to manage all that, because, you know, Vonda, and you got Amanda, and then we're trying to coordinate all of these grants as well as on the ground getting the work done. So
Brian, I have another question on that, and it might be a Jonathan question, I'm not too sure.
He's not here.
So in particular, the Gullah Geechee Heritage Trail.
Yes.
So in my other capacity, I'm on the Gullah Geechee Heritage Blueway Greenway Trail Committee, and we were one of the groups that kind of was the catalyst for that particular trail segment. So if that trail were to be adopted or approved to be a straight trail system, would that be something that in my capacity here I need to be more cognizant of, or I don't know if it's master planning or any funding type situations where I would need to kind of step away from those decisions?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I mean, in terms of if they have, you know, projects coming up that are related to, you know, something, you just have to be cognizant of any kind of conflicts you may have. And I'm happy to talk with you about those if you see a project that's coming up that's related. But the Ethics Commission also has really good people that you can kind of give a call. That's what they do day in and day out. And they can tell you if you have an actual conflict or a perceived conflict. And you know, we always say err on the side of caution. You know, if case, it's not going to hurt to just recuse yourself. And if you do, maybe don't participate in the voting or any deliberations, or essentially you just kind of take yourself out of anything that has to do with it. And so, and then that may also mean that they may have to do kind of separate voting. It might be a vote for that particular project, and then everybody else will do a vote on all the rest of them together.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure.
And right now, that funding typically has been either Complete the Trails or Great Trail State funding, and that goes through the grants program, and those are approved by the secretary. So right now, that funding is sort of it's not in alignment with parks and approval of the board. It typically goes through the secretary, and the staff of the grants program are scoring those grants. So that's how that's set up, so that wouldn't be a conflict. But again, in the future, you're correct. If there was a local grant or if there was something that was related, that would be one of those questions would come up.
Any other questions for Brian? Brian, I just want to thank you for all you do. I know that you and your staff are completely overwhelmed now, and y'all do great work, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Appreciate everybody.
And now we want to welcome the secretary. Thank you for being here. We're running a little ahead of schedule, so if you want to make your comments, we would love to hear from you.
Madam Chair, you just made a mistake. You never said it.
Uh-oh.
Never, ever. Anybody on my team just said, oh, God. I'm going to step up here just so I
Please
can
do,
see
yes.
everybody. No, actually, my comments will be shorter now because Brian apparently covered a lot of the budget stuff that I was going to cover, so that's great. Yeah, I have not met with you all yet, so I'm Pam Cashwell, 5 months into this role as secretary at DNCR. So I want to tell you just a little bit about myself and then some priorities for the department and where we are on various things. I was just before this the secretary at the Department of Administration in Governor Cooper's cabinet. Before that, in his first term, I was the chief deputy secretary at the Department of Public Safety. And before that, at the State Ethics Commission as the deputy director there for about 4 years. And so prior to my state service, I have 10 years of service with the federal government in D.C. At the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the White House Counsel's Office, and then the Department of Justice. And so my career has been in federal and state government with a really small stint in the nonprofit sector. So, people always want to know, well, what do you know about arts or parks or natural resources or, I got that a lot when I first even interviewed for this job. And then certainly when I was appointed into the role, everybody wanted to know, well, are you for arts or are you for parks? And it's funny because, we do so many other things besides art and parks, but boy, those are the two segments that really feel strongly. Do you care about our thing? Well, let me tell you, I care about all the things that we do. And while, my experience that I bring to the table is really in governing and management and administration in the government sphere. And so, when I started at DPS, I did not know one thing about running a prison or the highway patrol or the state capitol police or juvenile justice or all of the myriad of things that we ran at DPS, but I did just fine there. And so I feel very confident about my ability to manage this agency with the exceptional group of leaders that we have across the agency who bring all that expertise in all the things that we do. So Jeff and Brian and Catherine and Eric, all those folks who know how to run state parks and our fabulous legal counsel, they have all that expertise. What I do is ask them really hard questions. And I think they would all agree with that, that I ask them really hard questions about why are we doing something the way we're doing it. And the first questions that I asked when I came to the department was, what's our vacancy rate? Why is our vacancy rate what it is? Overall at the department it was about 16% at that time. And really detailed questions of, okay, well, what's our process for hiring? Where are things sitting? How long does it sit? I want to know every step of the hiring process and where are the hang-ups and all those things. So that's just one example of that piece. And then budget, because when I came in, the budget was already, the ingredients were all there. It was not fully baked, but the ingredients were all there. That work gets done at the end of a year when you're going into a new administration and a new biennium. And so, we really dug into, okay, why are we asking for this? And all those sorts of questions. So that's the first thing that I've done at the department. I've learned a lot already about this department and how we operate and why we do what we do. And I've made some changes along the way. And I'm happy to say that that overall vacancy rate in the 5 months is now down to 13%. And when I came on board, we had over 75 positions that have been vacant for a really long time, like a year or more. Those vacant positions are now down by over 50%. I just got that update from Dean's on the way here. And so that has been a focus initially, like let's address this vacancy rate, because I knew already that the legislature was going to be coming after vacant positions, right? They're looking for money from somewhere. That's the place that historically they like to go, is to vacant positions. And so we really have tackled that. I'm really proud of all the divisions in the department for the way in which they have just like jumped on that, knew that it was a priority, and we've made really good progress, and we're continuing with that progress. Like that continues to be a priority. Get positions filled. There are places like maintenance in state parks where one of the reasons they're vacant is because the salaries are so low. And so that's another thing we're looking at right now. I have our HR department looking at how we could spend a certain amount of salary reserve that I personally am willing to put toward that targeted thing. I've had a lot of success with that at DPS and at the Department of Administration, is where you have positions that you can't hire for, and it's like you post for them 4 and 5 times, and there are equity issues and all the things, well, then you just have to be very targeted. And so that's what we're doing. So we'll be, please don't run back to parts maintenance people and tell that right now. Please, please. Don't do that. But I can tell you that that's something that we're being very focused about right now at like a headquarters level to try to ease that burden. And that's a little bit about me. I'm enjoying this position immensely. I feel honored and blessed to be in it. I asked for it when I found out that Reed was crazy enough to consider going somewhere else. Then I said, me, because I've partnered with the agency a lot over the years, particularly with Secretary Wilson. He and I did some partnering on a number of things. At DOA, I was over state construction, state property, procurement, parking, mail, all the things that help agencies do their job. And that has proven helpful since I've been here, right? Because we had some hang-ups on procurement for park ranger uniforms, and that became a thing. Like, what the heck? But I knew the right person to call at DOA to say, this is ridiculous. Let's get this thing figured out. And at DIT, frankly, because it became a hiccup between DIT and DOA. And so that, I think that the relationships that I have in state government, my experience in running agencies, I think that's what I bring to this agency that I hope is valuable now and will continue to be valuable. Okay, so let's get into some more nitty gritty. Halim recovery continues to be a priority. Brian's already covered the budget aspects of that. Did you already talk about Chimney Rock?
Yes.
Okay, good. So super excited, that we're now down to 2 state parks left and getting ready to be down to 1. That's awesome. The thing that we need you all to help us share the message on is that, so these parks are back open. That doesn't mean that everything is open and everything is available. So there are going to be people who show up to the parks this summer and they're going to be disappointed because their favorite trail is not going to be open, or they're going to go to Lake James and the beach is not open yet, or whatever their favorite thing is, right, that may not be open yet. And so we need everybody to know and understand that this is a process. I mean, our parks were devastated, and it's going to take a hot minute plus to get things fully opened again. And I do think that the other thing that's really important, and that we all depend on you to help us share that message, you know better than anybody because you graciously approved at your last meeting to give us a loan, if you will, to have some operating funds. We've not gotten any reimbursement yet for this storm from the state or the federal government. That's huge. And so that means Parks has been pulling out of operating funds to do the work that they're trying to do to get parks open. Because of course people get pissed if it's not open, right? I mean, why isn't it back open again? That's what we've heard about in many instances. How can this not be fixed yet? It's been a whole 7 months, you know? It's going to be years before all of this is done. And so it would be great if you all can help us in that messaging. When people complain to you, help us tell the story that this is bigger than you think it is, right? The profile trail at Grandfather Mountain. You don't just pull a truck up to the profile trail and start putting debris into it. It doesn't work that way. A lot of that stuff is going to have to be walked out or just, as Brian said, cut up and left there because you can't get to it. So, so it's complex, but really, really appreciate the partnership that we have with you all to help us do this work. All right, I've talked about vacancies already. Budget, I have talked about this particular piece of budget that I think is also important, that as many people as we can get to understand this, the better. We're in sort of this perfect storm, a tsunami, if you will, in terms of the budget right now. COVID funds, of which DNCR was blessed to have a lot of COVID funds come in. The state had hundreds of millions of dollars come in COVID funds over the last 4 years. We were blessed in North Carolina. We got a lot of money to do a lot of things that has really helped state government, local governments. It was fantastic, right? Well, those funds are about gone, and they all have to be spent by December of next year. What that means is that most of those funds have already been obligated, right? The doling out of them has been done, contracts, designs, all the things, that's all been done, and now it's just a matter of getting it spent by the end of next year. So COVID funds going down. Federal dollars, we have lost, now we're up around 10 million in federal funds that we've lost in the department. That's not just parks, it's all over the place, libraries, archaeology. It runs the gambit in our department. But as a department, it's 10 million and will be more than that before all is said and done, we believe. So federal funds, right, impacting our budget, going down. The state coffers, as we know, are going down. OSBM, if you, in their latest budget overview that I saw, over a 10-year period, in the last 10 years, the budget went down by 22% over 10 years. Their projection is that in the 3 years, starting now, the budget's going down 22%. In 3 years, the budget is going to decrease, that's their projection, by the same amount that it decreased over the previous 10 years. I mean, I don't have to tell you what that means. It is less money for every agency to work with, okay? So we had the big bump of COVID, plus our federal funds that we could count on generally, plus a pretty stable state budget. Life has been good in North Carolina and in state government. And now those three things are decreasing. The fourth thing that you pile on top of that, our decrease in funds, is Helene. So decreasing budget, increasing costs. That's what I got handed to me. So much for the Department of Fun. It has been, and it will be for us for a while, a challenge. Because we're having to rethink the way we do things and look at our expenses and how do we reduce. We're doing the same thing you all do in your personal life, right? We got to look at our budget, figure out how we do a reset, what we're going to do differently, how do we reduce our expenses, all the things to just plan for the future. And so that's what we're doing. But as we have to change what we're doing, it's important that you all, again, help us tell the story, right? People have gotten used to all this money flying around for various great projects, and we're just not going to have it in this next few years. Now, that's not all. I'm not trying to create an all doom and gloom picture, because I don't think that is the case. We are going to continue to do the great work that we do, 100%. The secret sauce of this department is that our employees love what they do. To a person, everybody I have met loves what they do. They love their job. They're, so mission-driven. You go down to the state library and you start asking librarians. I couldn't think of doing that job. That's just not my jam. But the people in the state library love what they do, and they're enthusiastic about it, and they want to help you find how to do your genealogy and all the things. Like, they're just so enthusiastic, and that is the case across the department. And so I think that's our secret sauce, right? We're going to keep doing, and people care about creating experiences for North Carolinians and for people who visit North Carolina. They care about creating experiences for people. And so we're going to keep on doing that. We are, partnerships. Oh, yeah, this was the thing I wanted to end on, partnerships. Because partnerships, this is the other thing I've learned in this department. Oh my gosh, we have got some friends groups, foundations, friends groups, societies, and we could not do what we do without them. Hands down, full stop. Like this current budget tsunami that I mentioned, we would be in a hot mess if it was not for the amazing partnerships that we have across the state. Just this week, not last night, night before last, the Art Museum, here's a perfect example, did the celebration for the end of their silent fundraising campaign, going into the public part of it. They have raised $65 million of their $75 million campaign. $65 million that they've raised for the 2 art museums in the state, all from private donations. And so that is but one example. Now, that's the biggest example by far. But, people love North Carolina, and they love all of the wonderful things that this department brings to them. And so, fortunately, people are willing to give their time, their talent, and their treasure to helping us maintain them, to improve them, and all the things. So, and you all play a part in that for sure, in the way you are thoughtful about providing, doling out the dollars that are given for local projects and state projects, and it makes a difference. You're making a difference in communities across North Carolina. So thank you for your time. I know all of you could be somewhere else today, either doing your day job or something fun or whatever it is, but I really appreciate the time and energy that you put to this. You're important to us fulfilling our mission. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Okay. And Chairman, if I may just jump in, because you were not here for introductions, ended on partnerships, I wanted to acknowledge that Michelle Leonard, Director of our Friends of State Parks, is here in the audience. Awesome. We also have Michelle Wells back here, who is a statewide, always is Recreation Parks or Parks Recreation? Recreation Parks Association, that's right. And Charlotte Smith, who is from NC State's RS program. So these are 3 of our, maybe I've left someone out, and I apologize, but these are 3 of our really important partners for state parks.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Anybody have any questions for the secretary?
I have one, but it's doomy.
Well, that's all right.
It's what?
It's a doomy question.
Oh,
doom.
Okay.
No, I'm struck by what you said about the decreases over the next 3 years and how they compare with the last 10 years. And then earlier in the meeting, we talked about like wildfires, and I think about Helene. I'm from Black Mountain. Given the strong possibility that these types of events will continue to occur, and the possibility that state parks will have to take on some of the may have to take on some of the responsibility, depending on how our federal government flows. Do you feel that way too? Like, what's the state of mind that we can embrace that would be helpful going forward. Like, I think these are realities that we have to work with. And I love what Brian said about finding opportunities in those realities, but like, how do we prepare for that kind of future where money, there may not be as much money, but there will be a need to ensure that our state parks are supported and so forth?
So, for me, I think we have to think about doing things in a better, more sustainable way. You know, think about, help us do the education around building back better, trying to create a more sustainable park environment. I mean, there's so many ways in which we're trying to address climate change, as you know, across the state and across the country. And that's real, you know, and helping us tell that story, because all those things are a piece, that's a piece of the pie, right? In terms of the budgetary part of it, you know, things are always cyclical. And so sometimes you have to realize that, oh, we went too far, and then it comes back again, you know. And so that's just what happens in government and in budget cycles and all the things. And so I think we're probably going to see some of that. My husband and I were in Virginia for his nephew's wedding on Easter weekend. So we went to a church that was just in the downtown area. And the minister's message on Easter morning, the theme of it was, everything will be okay in the end. And if it's not okay, it's not the end. And that struck me, and it was poignant for me. And I you know, some days are hard, and I just remind myself, it's not the end. It's not the end, and it's going to be okay in the end. And so, you know, I'm just a very optimistic person. I feel very confident that we will ride this storm, and we will be just fine. We will be just fine. We're a resilient department. As I said, we've got amazing employees who love what they do. I mean, Parks is the perfect example of where, and even at historic sites in Western North Carolina, Helene is a great example of the resilience of people and how people pull together. I mean, Parks employees got out and did just unfathomable things that were certainly not part of their job. You know, it's not part of your job to work around the clock trying to just get roads cleared and all the things so that people can just get out of their homes. Or, you know, we had some superheroes literally in state parks post Helene. They're still superheroes, but they were with the cape on and like going full force, you know, in the aftermath of that. And so when I look at that kind of thing, like how we react to serious situations, hurricanes and all the things, like we got through that, and we're going to continue to get through it. We're going to be just fine. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, cool. Thank you for having me.
I just want to thank you so much for your positive attitude and for coming in and focusing on things that are so important. And just reiterate, I think, you know, none of us can thank our staff more or say more good things about staff throughout parks, all parks, local parks too, but state parks especially. And I guess one question I have and I always struggle with is, and we have our legal and you were ethics, so I always want to do something for the staff. You know, what can we do for the staff? We can't raise their salaries. We can't do that stuff. But what can we as this authority do to uplift our staff? Are there ways to do that we don't hit conflict of interest rules? Or, you know, I just feel like we aren't able to just really support in a way that lets everybody know how much we do feel about them.
You
So
want
I
me
don't
to
know.
actually answer that? I can.
I'd love you to answer that.
Just because I see what some, and you are not a friends group, to be clear, I know that. And you can't go outside of the authority
Right.
for spending the funds that are, so you can't do that. You can't spend your funds to do fun things for staff. You gotta spend your funds doing the things you're charged statutorily with doing. To be clear. But, you know, lots of our various friends, groups, societies, foundations, et cetera, they do things for staff. That does happen. And so, you know, what people do in their own personal, time, treasure, et cetera, you know, is up to you all if you decide to do something. That's a great, I'm not suggesting you should.
Right.
I'm just
Take
saying,
donations
ask the question.
for something to do for staff. If
There you
anybody wants to
go.
make a donation.
Right, yeah, yes,
State
yes.
Parks is open for those kinds of.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, that's helpful.
And I will say, you know, Michelle, during the storm, they did some fundraising for staff that were displaced or were out of their home or needed, you know, groceries or those kinds of things. So, you know, that was incredible that they stepped up, and, you know, I think we, you know, were able to use those funds and for folks that, you know, were out, you know, I mean, people were out of power, refrigerator, everything went bad, you know, restocking, and so they certainly helped a lot in that way, so.
So we can continue that conversation.
Yeah.
And I'll just also say, Secretary, I was actually in your state archives yesterday morning.
Okay.
And it was amazing how helpful they were, because I am totally computer illiterate when it comes to doing research. And they were like, just, well, this is how you do it. We'll do this for you. So it's not, I think you're right, not even just through parks, but through, I think, the whole department. And we're very lucky to love what we do, because I think we all do. So thank you so much. I hope you're staying the rest of the afternoon and for all the fun tonight and tomorrow. Good, good. Well, we have some very exciting things to do. I know that Lillian is back with the results of our votes from this morning. I guess, how does people feel? It's about lunchtime.
Lunch isn't here yet, so we can.
Okay, good.
It's on its way though, and we have people online that are following the agenda.
Okay.
And it states that we will have.
Lunch is at 12:30.
12:30. So we've moved some things around, but I think we can go on and announce our winners, right?
Yeah, we can show you the voting results.
Okay.
The results, we may have to vote again.
Right.
There
Do you
are
think we have
no
time?
ties.
Oh, my, no time.
So,
I know. She already knew that.
without having the information in front of me, I can share that for the first time since I have been the grant manager, we do not have any ties.
Oh, wow.
Hallelujah, right? So, and we also spent 99% of the funding.
Sure. 1% of 3 million.
Yeah, but everyone can see it. Okay. Either one.
You don't calculate.
The list.
Well, I'm sorry, what was
Doug's got his calculator here.
What was
Million.
Which one?
So.
Was it 3,700 or 37,000? I don't even know what I asked.
So this is the final rank based on the votes. And the ones highlighted are the ones.
What we got here?
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity
So it's
for
like
the
seven.
authority to select the 9 projects that are highlighted for funding, no ties. The remaining funds would be $2,418, which would throw a really good party for the staff. I'm kidding. The next 4 projects are tied, and so there's really not an option to divide $2,400 into 4s and anybody be able to do a lot. But this is your opportunity to fund 9 projects with the remaining $3.7 million.
Can you make that bigger, please?
Sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you don't have to, sorry.
Yeah, that's working. Maybe one more time.
One more time. They are, Beth is back there, okay? And pull it up some, yeah. Huh? That's good. All right. So, if you'd like to.
read through them?
and the amount?
Sure, I'll be happy to. We'll show you the map next so that you could see the other charges of the authority, but the projects selected for funding are Locust, the redevelopment of Officer Jeff Shelton Park, Robeson County, revitalization of Purvis Park, Dunn, CB Codrington Park accessibility improvements, Henderson County, East Flat Rock Park, Nash County Recreation Center improvements, Wilmington, Fit for Fun Center accessible playground, Alamance County, Cedar Rock Park, Kannapolis, Bakers Creek Park restroom building, and Jones County Access Park. For the map, okay, go ahead. For the map that shows the full funding across the state.
The combo?
Yeah, the two rounds together shows the dedication of the authority to geographically distribute the funds across North Carolina. I hope that's what that map is showing.
Yes.
The first round, all of the projects that were submitted were funded. And we had a lot of outreach opportunities. Our conference season is October through March. And so, you know, we were able to spread the word that we had funding available for round two, and it generated a whole, it was very competitive. And 9 projects is going to be an immense impact. But I think that one of the things that the process does, and especially with our Recreation Resources Service involved with us, is people that didn't get funded this round can prepare through feedback from the grant program, right? Somebody trying to come in? They will receive feedback upon request, right? If they want it from RS, they will receive They will receive feedback on how their application could have been better. And so, you know, I will use Winterville as an example. They had 2 applications, and one was identified in their comp plan, and one was not. But they're now way more ahead with the feedback that RRS will be able to give them about their application and time to get it in a comp plan and to receive feedback on how the grant could be better or how their application could be better. So there's always a silver lining. There's always disappointments, but these 9 projects, the rest of them, and I'd have to count these, but all of these across the state, so you see the triangles, right? Mm-hmm. So all the triangles would be accessible park upgrades in all of these areas of our state. And the impact is going to be substantial. There's going to be more people able to use more things. And so the impact of what we do is what you do. The impact of we prepare it, but you guys do the selection process, and it's just so meaningful. And there's always disappointed people, but RRS will work hard to get them back in the game. So, because we have other opportunities through the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, Recreation Trails Program. So we'll keep educating, we'll keep informing people, and continue to get their best efforts into our processes. So.
And the blue dots are applications for just part 2, not the whole.
Unfunded projects, right? Yeah. Yeah, the circles are unfunded.
Well, but the first time they were all funded, just as a reminder.
Yeah, right.
So,
right.
Oh, so the green dot, the green triangle.
Was all the applicants.
Gotcha, thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, green triangles were round 1, and potential awards, because you guys haven't approved these 9 projects.
Already, I'll make the motion that we
Way to go.
Happy to add. The new kid, it's gotta be me.
Do you want to incorporate the remaining $2,000?
Yeah.
In
Do you have
your
a recommendation?
motion,
Do you have a recommendation for that?
put it in the parking lot fund.
2,400, right?
Yes.
Is that what you got, Jeff?
2418.
Whatever's legal,
If there's-
we just need to make sure that we can transfer that appropriately or whatever.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion, Louis?
Yeah, I'll
Please
make the motion
state
to
a
approve
motion.
the nine highlighted, and we'll talk more about the balance afterwards.
Okay.
Okay.
The question is, they are allocating all that's available in that original grant now, except that $2,400. We were having a conversation earlier. There is not going to be another round, and so where does it live going forward? Do we have to give it back to the legislature, or does it be parked somewhere?
I don't know off the top of my head, really. That might be a Josh question or a question.
Hopefully when we get, because I know that Brian shared that there was some opportunities, although $5,000 per project is not, it doesn't go very far, but hopefully there's an opportunity if we get non-recurring funding for accessibility, that it could be added to what we get. And I have no idea how that works. That was just me telling you nothing, actually.
Right.
So we're gonna vote on Lewis's motion and then we'll talk about this more.
Yes,
Right,
correct.
right. So let's go back to your motion, please.
The motion is to approve the projects that were highlighted, the 9 projects.
Okay. Second, Mavis. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much. RRS, thank you for all your good scoring and hard work and answering questions and everything. Okay, so now we need to talk about, we have $2,418.
I think that's correct.
And legally, Jonathan, we can't just offer that to the ones we just budget, like redistribute or distribute it pro rata. Could we do that?
You could offer it to somebody, but they have to complete, my understanding, they have to complete the whole project with that. Nobody's gonna take that.
You're talking about, well, but the remaining, so there's 4.
No,
Yeah.
the ones that we just.
To distribute it throughout.
Ones
You
that-
can only give them what they've asked for.
Need whole new
We'd have to redo
applications.
their budget.
Can we
Yeah.
wait and see if staff, if we get that $100,000, that was gonna be $5,000 per project, that we can add it to that fund? No?
Yes.
Why are we doing that?
The $5,000 per project.
Yes, I'd like to add it to that fund if it comes to be,
So-
and otherwise
so
take
can we
staff
just-
recommendation after that.
Yeah, I would just take a staff recommendation. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. We hope that there's not a limit on, we would love for there not to be a limit on the funds, $5,000.
Yeah, that's
Right.
crazy.
Yeah, but we're just
Right.
talking about what bucket
Yes.
it
Can
would
I-
go into, right?
Let's let Brian talk.
So to explain that, I think that's $100,000 out of Partif.
Right.
Which we were already told that we can't put these funds into Partif, so that's not an option. That's like off the top, they're gonna take 100,000 off of Partif and put it over here, and then we're gonna give 5,000 grants to accessibility. That's the bill. And then I don't think we can take we can't take this disabilities and then move it over to the Partif. So that wouldn't, I'm just saying that's probably not an option, for that billing, so.
With AFP, we did take the remaining funds and redistribute it to the awarded projects that were under 500,000 and that were overmatched. So that is also an option.
Are any of those overmatched?
Is that not what it is?
I thought that's what you asked.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I was just clarifying that. We did make that choice with AFP. You guys did vote to do that for anything that was under 500,000 but overmatched on there.
So
Are any
who
of
would
these
qualify
under
for that?
500
I'll have to check that real quick.
I just can't read it, so.
You can,
Michelle had a
I will
question.
share in your notebook where
Which
these projects are.
Michelle
Um,
knows.
How dumb is this $5,000?
So
How do we get
Locust-
that stopped? Like, what's that gonna do for anybody?
Michelle, do you have a question?
Who's the idiot that sponsored that? I'm gonna look that up.
Hey,
Wait a second, everybody.
Michelle has the floor.
Michelle?
I just want to share a comment, is that NCRPA is advocating for the program to continue. And we realize that both the House and the Senate neither one are revealing their full deck of cards, right? You put a few things on the table, we know negotiations happen back and forth. We know the House has been very supportive of this, and I think the fact that we have so many requests that were unfunded this round, I mean, For me personally, I mean, I hate it for those that did not get funded and that there wasn't more money, but it's great talking points for us to be able to go say, we still have a tremendous need. And we were already telling them that a $5,000 grant, I mean, my word was, I don't think I can find anybody who wants to apply for it. to be honest
Right,
with you.
right.
And I don't want to.
But, I mean, you can't do anything, because then your match is only 1,000, so you've got, what, $6,000 for a project, and you can't even get started on that. So, I'm hoping it's a placeholder, but there will be some additional funds when things come out. So just know that we're still championing that effort.
Yes, and that messaging.
I guess let's just redistribute them. so
This,
they're done.
that messaging would help us, if you find the right person to talk to.
Do we have a motion? Do we have?
We know
a-
what we want.
Okay.
What we
I think
can
we
do.
know what we want, we just don't know who to do it.
Oh.
We're just talking about the 2,400?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll move that we get a staff recommendation on that in the next 15 days or something like that.
Okay. How much time will it take the staff to make?
I got an answer.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's talk to Josh Davis, who's our,
He
yeah, there you go. Thank you. And he said that, I asked if you would be allowed to redistribute the small amount of remaining funds to the already chosen projects, and he said yes. So I was incorrect with that.
Say that one more time, please.
Say it one.
You could redistribute the remaining funds to the already chosen project, just give them each a little extra or something, so that he thinks that you're allowed to do that.
I have a question. Does that mean we can allocate it equally between all projects, or do we still want to do the thing Lillian said, where we could give it to certain
To one.
ones that were overmatched and under 500,000?
The
I
grant
like-
can exceed 500,000, so that is, so the ones
It's
that
still
are
the undermatched.
500,000.
Right.
Right. You can see the funds requested. So there will
Okay.
only be one,
So it would not include 3 of them?
five. Five of them could be given additional money, but, they submitted a
Oh,
budget, so that's
4.
something we would have
What
to
do you
go
think?
back and look at. But I think we could probably find,
I can have an answer after lunch, I just need a little time to do the calculation.
fantastic.
Good.
We could show that we spend all of our money.
Right.
Move the table.
Yeah, we need to-
Move the table until this afternoon.
Give it to the first part of grant awardee as a celebration.
Oh, the one that just
Yeah.
did for the first time.
Yeah,
Can we
their
do
very
that?
first part of grant. If we-
Did they ask
Okay,
for
Cynthia,
500?
what did we do?
Oh, are they at
It
500
might seem
one?
unfair, but I don't know.
We'll find.
No, they
we'll-
didn't ask for 500.
We'll know
I appreciate
more
the
after
care we're
lunch.
taking with these $2,400. I
Is
hope
lunch
the
here?
legislature knows too.
Okay.
Here for your thoughts.
So
Okay.
if we could table, lunch is here, everyone is in the, after the staff get food, if food is left, please help yourself. Right, staff first.
Okay, where do we go eat? Or are we getting it and bringing it in here?
I would guess you could get it and take it wherever you'd like to go. I'm
there
sorry.
baby tables?
I
I don't
only knew
know.
the housekeeping for the restrooms, right? Don't go there. But it's outside, and
Okay.
I don't know what is available outside.
So let's, it's 12:15. What if we come back at 1 o'clock?
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
Perfect.
Okay, and we're gonna table the decision about the 2,400 till after lunch.
After lunch.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. This is all good. Have a good lunch. Everybody's here. Okay, so I hope y'all had a good lunch. I'm sorry if I was late. Again, I thought it was 1:15. That's what happens when y'all get older. I just want y'all to know that that happens.
When time becomes not a concept?
It's not, I mean, you know, what day is it? What time is it?
I'm there already. I must be old.
So I think what we have $2,418 that we tabled to decide what to do with after lunch. I know I was in one conversation with a suggestion. Does anybody else have thoughts on what we should do with that $2,418?
Let's just be economical in our discussion.
Okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said let's be economical in our discussion.
Okay.
Like it's $2,400.
Okay, so I think Lillian had a brilliant idea, and well, she went through, and you know, we talked about with Charlene that if a project is matched evenly and we give them more money, then they're going to have to get more of a match from their local government, which may not be a good idea. There's one project that we funded that was less than $500,000 and overmatched, and we could give them that money, and I believe that's Wilmington.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So that would be a suggestion for folks to think about and have a conversation about, and if anybody wants to make a motion, we could do that.
Is that the only one?
It's the only one.
Or 1 to 5 match, or 500,000.
I make a motion, we allocate the remaining funds to Wilmington.
Okay, Addie made the motion to allocate the 2418 to Wilmington. Is there a second?
Second.
Barnes seconds. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. Was that economical?
Yes.
Okay.
Very cool.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
With that motion, will the minutes include the reasoning and the discussion we had about that just now? Why we would allocate it to Wilmington?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, one more thing before Dave, I'm really introducing Dave, the Deputy Director of Parks Planning and Recreation Resources, but I would be remiss if I didn't give my entire staff a shout out, but especially Lillian for keeping us so organized.
Is that me? I'm up?
Yes, all of you.
So first, I've been asked by Lillian, who does everything. Everybody sign the meal form. There you go.
Look, I'm number one. Martha, let's go too.
I didn't see a meal thing.
I haven't seen the milk thing, but I ate the milk and it was
Tuck
awesome.
there. It's coming this way.
Okay.
Not everything.
So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about land acquisition and capital funding request. Just go briefly through, and I know you guys can't see this, but I'll tell you the numbers because it's tiny. Because we don't have a budget, Ryan talked about that a little bit, we're just going to assume 24-25 budget with the recurring funding, no additional funding at this time. Typically at this point in the year, we'll assume $1.5 million for license plate. Last year, I think it was about 1.8, so we'll adjust that once we know it. So this budget basically says 28 million for Pardiff, 1.5 for license plate, which gives us 29.5. That makes the state share about 19 million and local share 8.5-ish million. So that's kind of what we're running with right now. The request that we have doesn't have anywhere near that. And then once we have a budget, we'll adjust this and bring it back to the board for your information. Any questions on the budget? Okay. So land acquisition, I'm going to go through six acquisition projects. A couple at Chimney Rock, Lumber River, Mount Jeff, Pisgah View, and Umstead State Parks, totaling about just under $3 million in the Pardiff request. So Chimney Rock State Park, these are Nealon tracks, and I'm pointing because the pointer won't use this. That's in this area here, which is in this part of Chimney Rock, okay? And these tracks, it's in our land protection plan, we've been looking at for a while. They have high natural heritage value and will also help us with Hickory Nut Gorge State Trail, which is planned to go through this area to get a more sustainable trail in there. And the request for this is $250,000 from Park and Rec Trust Fund to be matched with $250K from Land and Water Fund. Next one is Chimney Rock again. This project's called the Land and Water Sand Tracks. We're actually using $113,000 in funds that the division made on the sale of a lot at Chimney Rock and requesting $42,000 in the Park and Rec Trust Fund. And these are up in an area up here where we used to have Eagle Rock access that was lost because of development. So this would allow us to get access back into Eagle Rock and the Weed Patch Trail on Lake Loreland.
Sign lot down in the village?
Yes, the sign lot was down in the village, yes. Lumber River, the Ann Road tracks. This is in Robeson County. Sorry, I should have been telling the acreage on the others, they were smaller. This is about 500, a little over 500 acres. This will connect two of our pieces at Lumber River. Lumber River, you know, it's stretched out a long ways. The Princess Anne area, which is one of our main accesses now, this will attach up to the Big Buck tract or the P Ridge tract, which will allow continuous parkland through that area. We have a $475,000 Land and Water Fund application in. Park and Rec Trust Fund is asked to match that at $475,000.
Is there access to this property?
Yes, Ann Road runs right along the frontage of it, so it has very good access to that. Thanks, Doug. Mount Jefferson State Natural Area. This tract, the Layville tract, is about 71 acres. It's a identified as critical in our land protection plan. Has very high natural heritage value. We have a $357,000 Land and Water Fund application in, asking for Part F for a $350,000 match to that application. And then Pisgah View State Park. This is our newest park. This is 150 acres on the Buncombe-Haywood County line, which is kind of up on the ridge of Pisgah View. Again, very high natural heritage value on this. This is actually a picture of a gold-winged warbler that was taken, I think, when you guys were out there, right, Michelle?
On the site visit with Land and Water Fund.
And we have a $600,000 Land and Water application in, asking for Part F match at $600,000. I think we're under contract for this. So. And then Umstead State Park, William B. Umstead State Park. This is a land exchange and purchase and everything else. But basically, we're transferring out 22 acres of land from Umstead State Park and acquiring 26 acres. The land we're transferring out is across Highway 7 on Wood Road. And then the land we're getting is replacement from Anderson Toyota. What's the other one?
The other two replacement?
Yeah, what's the one on 7?
The one on, there's Walton.
Yeah.
And it was Wake Equity.
Wake Equity.
Yeah.
So,
now Westgate.
and this is LWCF's involved, so we had to get matching acreage or acreage of the same value. And the big reason for this is, if you've ever been to Umstead State Park and you leave onto Highway 70, it's an unsignalized intersection. So getting out, you pretty much are forced to go right, go down, turn around if you want to go to 540 or go west. This would allow us to have land to connect to basically the road that matches, I don't have it on here, I should, but bring us out to a signalized intersection so visitors can get in and out in a safer fashion. So this, we feel, is very important just for us to be able to give visitors better access and egress.
So
into the park.
Move the entrance further west.
Just very little,
I
but
know
yes.
what you're talking
Yep.
about. Are there any development restrictions on the parcel across 70? Are you going to restrict, is there any conditions of restriction of development?
No.
Give it to them fee simple?
Yep.
So there'll be some car dealership or something like that there then?
Some development that will go there, yes.
Is the
I would
Walton,
assume, sorry. Yes, maybe.
the Walton track, are you in, who's that, who's owning that? TLC or?
No, we'll own,
No, who owns
TLC
it?
has an easement on it.
Other family?
Yes, but we're gonna own, I forget how many acres.
7 acres.
7, yeah, that we're getting with that we will own.
Okay. I was wondering if I have a conflict. I don't.
Okay.
That's fee simple, that will not have an easement on it. That's not included in the most recent transaction that they have with the.
Oh, it's a separate, oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. That was-
Because otherwise it would affect the price and the.
Okay. That's one of the properties I was just telling about in the paper. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can you, oh, never mind, go ahead, we're good.
Dave, one of the questions that comes to my mind, when you got these projects where you list, NC Land and Water Fund application, then that's really good to try to get those kind of funds. Do you wait, what's the plan as far, do you have a sense of where they rank as far as likelihood of being funded by them?
Yeah.
We've been caught through the years at times where we went in with that idea, and then we didn't get the funds, and then we have to come back and fund the whole project entirely. Any sense of how they're ranking as far as the projects being approved by Land and Water?
And Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is gonna be a challenging year because they didn't have a lot of applications and they went out and said, hey, we don't have applications, and then they got overwhelmed. I know George and Michelle with our land program do a good job of really looking at these and understanding what the Land and Water, what they're gonna look at and how they're gonna score it, and only putting in applications that we really have some confidence that we can get. Now, when it gets to scoring, Lewis, we don't know, but we're fairly confident on these. If we have one that we're just kind of waffling on, we'll talk to the seller and say, hey, can you wait a year, that kind of a thing, so.
And so those decisions won't be made till the fall, right, till October?
Early October,
Yeah. So that's all I have for land. Margaret, do you want to deal with land first and then capital, or you want me to go through everything?
I think we should talk about the land first, if that's all right. Any other questions or comments about these land projects for Dave?
Move to approve.
Okay, Lewis moves to approve, all.
Second.
Oh, no, it's fine, we'll let Beth have the second. Any conversation, comments, discussion?
Do we need to make any sort of denotation that what we're gonna do if they don't receive the land and water fund?
No, I think they have to tell us, or they can bring it back to us, right?
Yeah, if a Land and Water Fund app weren't to come through, that would go back into Partif, and we would let you know that was brought back in.
Okay.
And then you would reallocate that somewhere else.
Okay.
for your choosing.
Or we would come back and
Right,
ask
or we would
for
come back and ask for more.
the other half.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Regardless, the authority would know
What was the
if
total?
it doesn't go through, we're either gonna be reallocating it or coming back. and asking
It's the
for more.
matching portion, so,
How much?
okay.
2.999.
Just like 999.
I don't think
Okay.
there's any.
Okay, that's okay? Okay, all in favor, aye? Oh,
I had a question.
Doug has a question, yes, sir.
Regarding the last proposal, is there any other way of accomplishing what we're trying to do here? Besides this fairly expensive exchange of property?
Not in Raleigh, Doug, there's not. And we have a willing partner in Anderson Toyota to be able to give us some of that land, exchange some of that land with us. So it's really the one way we have to do that.
So a little background, we've been working on this for 10 years maybe, this exchange. So this particular Umstead was purchased with a recreation demonstration area, an RDA, which are unusual. It's not a typical land and water conservation fund property, but it has some, but with that recreation demonstration area, has some specific requirements for replacement. that, so it was purchased in the 1940s, the property, it was actually, gifted from the federal government. And so if you want to replace the property, it has to be adjacent to the 1941 boundary of Umstead State Park. So at first we said, well, we'll purchase property in the same watershed up in Johnson County. And then the National Park Service said, no, it's got to be adjacent to the 1941 boundary. So you can imagine how many pieces of property are available next to Umstead State Park that would be available for sale. So very limited in terms of where we can, and very limited in price. Price is huge. They've had one fatality at the dealership, one of their employees trying to take a left out of 70. I'm sure we've had a lot of near misses in our park. Safety is the issue, especially since we're finishing a campground project that will most likely full RV hookups. So you'll have RVs coming in, and then additionally you have a lot of horse trailers that come in there because a lot of people, ride their horses within the park. So it is expensive, and it is. I can't say. I mean, you can imagine what an acre in Raleigh around Umstead Park is. So we have worked on this for a while. This is sort of our last ditch. We got all the stars to align.
Okay.
And so.
So Brian, a question and comment maybe about that, kind of spurred off of what Lewis mentioned earlier. So there won't be any restrictions on the property that we're transferring. That's not going to run afoul with any of the previous approvals for the property, I'm assuming. Because I would imagine with them having this language about expanding the park can only be adjacent properties, I would think that there's some land use restrictions that are covenants that can't be removed.
So on the piece across from 70, they had to go and get it rezoned. They had to get it out of the park overlay. They had to do a lot of things. So Anderson Toyota has spent quite a bit of money to remove all of those restrictions. So we already have it. It was already previously removed from the State Nature and Historic Preserve. So that's gone. And then that was years ago, Lewis, I think.
I remember.
Yeah, so that was done. And then the whole deal has already been approved by the Council of State, in principle. So that's already been approved. This is just the final negotiation on price. So, yes, you're correct. And, obviously Anderson, who did research on, they're getting that property, so they wanted to make sure that they were getting the value. Yeah.
And National Park Service has approved the replacement tracks as well.
That's important.
They have or they have not?
They have.
They have.
Yeah.
Seems like a great public-private thing going on. Maybe. No?
That's very valuable land on Highway 70 right there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, I was just telling Margaret about, so the Walton family also did a deal with Triangle Land Conservancy recently. And it's so important because I feel like, so much in that area is getting developed. And to your point about the safety, I know the area.
Yeah.
And I just don't, I don't use that, I don't go there.
Yeah.
Often because it's just congested. I think it's a great move.
Anything else? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Dave.
Yep.
Thank you for a good discussion, too.
I'm not done.
Still got capital.
Still got capital.
I have a request, maybe. Is there any way that we could identify price per acre for some of these things, whether it be in regions or just in general? Because I feel like it's not going to get any cheaper for land, but I feel like it'd be a good point of reference to know if we're getting something at, market or below or above, and then the justifications that kind of go with that. This being a good example that Raleigh prices is not something you might find out, in a more rural area. So.
And we have to pay appraised value. So an appraiser will go out, they will look at that. Sometimes state property law will ask for a second appraisal, that kind of a thing, but we have to pay appraised value. So it is the value of the land. But
we can't pay above appraised value. We can pay below
yes,
appraised value.
We can't pay above appraised value, yes. Thank you, Mark.
Wait, will you speak more about how that helps us, or how that would help you even?
I think I haven't thought this through,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna say, so I'm just gonna
Go for it.
think
You
out
can
loud.
think through it together.
Be like the rest of us.
In trying to evaluate if a purchase is justified at that price, it would be nice to know how it stacks up price per acre in what we've been doing historically, what we're seeing out in the market now. Just back in my professional world, seeing what commercial property goes price per acre lets me know, okay, this market is entering this field in terms of end users and marketability, and so that helps me put it into categories. And so understanding what we're purchasing properties for conservation or for public access for, what we're seeing that range of prices being in regions to help maybe even prioritize some things. If we're trying to acquire properties in high development areas like Raleigh at this price per acre versus the same type of use in a more rural area where that price maybe not be increasing year over year, then we could probably prioritize something in a high development area if the low development area isn't as much of risk being developed. So that's kind of where I was going with that.
I feel the questions through the years by council state as well as legislators about when we, especially it was over on the Reedy Creek side of Homestead, when we made a big acquisition over there, that was, I forgot the per acre cost, but it was very significant. And even with some of the whole Walton property we looked at one time and how expensive that would have been. And several legislators were very adamant about, why are you spending millions of dollars on a small amount of acreage when you can go into the western North Carolina or eastern North Carolina and essentially develop a large scale park.
Right.
It's a hard balance. It's a hard justification, but when
Are you gonna get a large scale attendance in the rural park, or
you could,
urban?
it depends on where it would be, but it's a balance. You gotta try to find where the right balance on that is.
Yeah. The reason I asked you that, Barnes, is because I also want to find the right balance for us as a body in how we make decisions, because the ask in this case is for us to approve money from our budget to contribute to this deal. And so what you're suggesting is it gives us the opportunity to see how our budget impacts across the state and better prioritize where our budget goes. We're not asking, yeah, okay, sorry. I'm thinking out loud now. It felt like we were asking for, we were answering the question of whether that should be acquired, but it's not. It's not a question of whether, it's whether we are supporting it.
It sounds like it's easier for us to explain or advocate if any legislators are asking us questions too. Let's put it to that term.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you all. Dave?
So the capital request that we have is $925,000 at this point. One for Vade Mecum and one for Pettigrew. So Vade Mecum, I think you're all pretty familiar with the project here. Improvements to the chapel, a motel, and then a new restroom that's going in. As part of this, we did Jerry's got the naming for it, I don't have it here, but we did a unique design where we went in and said, okay, we're going to start construction and then look at the septic system, right, and design that. And when the engineers got in and looked at the septic system, they found that we couldn't use anything that had been there previously, even though we thought we were going to be able to. So really the request we have for you now is $800,000 to cover the addition of a new septic system and the equipment required to use that for the motel, the new chapel with the restroom, or the chapel with the new restroom, and the restrooms that will be between the motel and the gymnasium. And that will, if approved, allow us to stay on track to have this complete in December of '25.
Now, did the 2.9 that we previously approved, was that in one swoop, or is this like an accumulation?
I think that was one swoop, right? That was one time.
One ask.
Yep.
When was that?
It involved pandemic money, I know, because that's when we had like almost 100 million. So it was probably 22 maybe-ish, yeah. we can check on that, I know, and.
Yeah, and you know what, for previous awards, I'll just add those in for the future.
Yeah, it's
So I'll
helpful.
just, next to it, what year you guys approved it, what you call it.
I mean, I was joking when I say I feel like Dave Meekum is always on our request, but there is some truth to that. Like, I guess for me, it would be helpful to understand where is it going, when's the end, that it sounds like
Right.
December could be
Yep.
the end.
Yep. They are in the thick of construction, so,
Well, because I also point out the McIntyre
yep.
donation and
Right.
how we committed
Yeah.
so much time as a
Oh,
board
my gosh.
to unpacking that and figuring that out, Jonathan. You know, it was a big challenge for us, so, yeah. I can't wait to visit. I've never visited.
Any other questions?
You have a question?
Baby?
Yeah, can you kind of remind me of how the business of this works?
Meaning?
As I recall, this is privately run, but it's, or
No.
help me understand how this thing
And
works.
Kathy, correct me if I mess it up, but it's going to be run by us. So we've already requested additional staff to run the motel and run that area. So that'll be all run by division staff.
And what's the capacity? I'm trying to get to, is there a payout here, or is this just something we're doing because the state legislature wants it done?
Brian, do you remember how many rooms it's going to be?
14.
14 rooms.
So to answer your question, it's, we get a lot of things. This was given to us was run by NC State University and then was given to the state park system. For us to fix and manage, it's a 1901 era hotel. It's, we do some hotel business, but not necessarily this. So it is a new, and we've got 10 additional staff at Hanging Rock to run this. That's cooks, that's folks that will be doing cleaning, managing the space. One of the big things, and we talked a lot about this, about economic development. No, if you run cost-benefit analysis on most of the things that we run and manage, you're never going to get that rate of return back, But there's no hotel in this county, And so there is a importance of the state, obviously, doing this, and we understand that, we'll probably get a lot of business because people love Hanging Rock to stay an additional day. It's going to be a very nice, this is going to be nice. And so I think from that perspective, and the cost that 800 is, some of that's the septic, but some of that is, as you can imagine, when you open up a 1901 building, you find a lot of things in there that probably need to be fixed and repaired. So that's some of the additional cost with that. But, I don't know if I answered your question.
Is it open year-round?
It'll be opened year-round.
And you said it's 14 rooms?
14, yeah.
I mean, this is none of my business, but it seems like there's the potential for it to be consistently sold out.
I would think it would be.
And will the public actually feel like they have access, especially given how loved it is?
It'll be the same thing like people at Carolina Beach feel like, I could never get an electric site at Carolina Beach.
Yeah.
John, if you get on their reservation system, just going to be on the reservation system like the rest of them. So if you get there 6 months in advance and try to get a room, you know what I mean? You're going to have to fight for a room probably. But, I think as a venue, because it has a chapel and we're renovating the chapel, I think it's going to be incredibly popular. And this was an incredibly popular venue previously when it was rented out, where a lot of people did, pretty much every weekend was rented for.
And it was
weddings.
privately owned at that time?
It was owned by the state.
Oh.
Yes, it was stoned. So it started out as a 1901 Mineral Springs Hotel, and then it became a church camp, and then it became a 4-H camp. And so now it's been transferred to state parks.
I went to that 4-H camp as a child.
Good memories?
Yes, almost years back.
Ron, will people be able to rent it, like, think of the teachers' building at Hammocks Beach, will people be able to lease out the space for events and things like that, beyond just staying there?
Yeah, and just to let you know, the gym renovation is not included in this. When we bid it out, that was significantly more. So we will be fixing, essentially, we're doing, what am I thinking 3 buildings, but it's 2. We're doing a new restroom that will allow a larger group of people because, because there's just only one restroom in the downstairs of the hotel. So, and then we're also doing renovation of the chapel.
Once we eventually do at some point renovate the gym, this is going to be your ultimate event venue because it's going to have capacity for your wedding, your reception, your conference space, your overnight rooms.
Bluegrass Festival.
All of it, yes.
Do we get first dibs on reservations?
There will be a Partif meeting here. I can hear.
Taking notes here right now?
Yes, we are.
Is the Umstead Act still in place, and do we have an exemption from it?
We got this as an exemption, so this, and then we also put in there the property at Pisgah View, and I think we codified Haw River in this too.
I'm sorry, could you eliminate on that?
The Umstead Act?
Yeah.
Brian, you want to share what it is?
Yeah, so the Umstead Act keeps us from competition with private organizations.
Prohibiting resorts and lodges and state
Correct.
parks in North Carolina. A lot of states have those, but North Carolina's always had, like, whether it's golf courses and stuff, they've thought the private sector can do those, and so there's an interest in letting that, the state not be in competition.
Yes.
But we've got an exemption for this property?
Yes, we do.
And Doug, that Umstead Act applies to all state government, not just state parks.
Right.
So even universities have to go through that review of some of the things they do to make sure they're not in competition with the private sector.
Thank you.
And to clarify that a little bit, those 3 particular ones that we got we did not go out of our way. We're not building a hotel ourselves. We got the property and it had a hotel on it. We got the Haw River and it had already had cottages on it.
Yes.
The same thing with Pisgah View, it already had overnight stays on it. So those were things that, and then so we went and actually got an exemption from the act for those 3.
It's just like Secretary Cashwell's church story. When it's done, it'll be fine. Or maybe when it's fine, it'll be done. Just hang in there.
It's not fine right now, as you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Brian, you mentioned that this county doesn't have a hotel in it. So I'm assuming that there's no tourism development authority or tourism council or anything that might be willing to support this?
I mean, I think
Tourism Development Board.
Yeah.
They do,
They
yes.
just don't have any, they have a hotel, they don't have any.
Yeah. And it is focused on hangar.
Yeah, right. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking is that if there's a tourism development entity, they should have some type of operating revenue to support tourism, specifically tourism capital, depending on what their statute says. So it would be nice if whatever Stokes County tourism would support this from a financial perspective, since considering they don't have anyone paying occupancy tax. Well, I guess they would have Airbnbs that are likely subject to pay the same occupancy tax.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we ever get any direct, we get funding assistance from local tourism. I don't know if we ever get direct payment of anything on this. The idea here is that the expectation is through our staffing, we're expected to manage this. And we also have some recurring funding that we received for this. So the idea is that would be enough to take care of this. That's what the General Assembly has given us. Yeah.
Assuming that, I don't know if we're omitted from this as a state entity, but when this is opened, we would have to remit that occupancy tax to the state, I would imagine. Or
Do we have to for any of the other parks?
I don't think we do, because it's on state property. Yeah, because we don't pay state taxes.
So I would assume the room rental rates would be more, Like, you can get a campsite, even with power hookup at state parks, for much better than
Yeah.
private resort.
And
based.
cabins, we don't
Right.
pay anything on our cabin rentals, you know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more
It's like
sense.
a-
Yeah.
Brian,
4 or 5
to
yeah.
Barnes' question or point, I hope I'm not wrong on this, John, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but pretty confident that the Museum of Natural Sciences received a grant from Wake County's, I don't know if it was a Travel and Tourism Board, but I know it was a pool of money that Wake County had for tourism, that they were able to contribute some to the Dueling Dinosaurs exhibit that they opened up there. We can get you more information on that and the details.
Sure.
of it. So that might be a precedent where one of our agencies, one of our divisions has been a beneficiary from a local tourism authority like that.
I know we've gotten grants before, but not ongoing funding. Do you know what I mean? You know,
A grant is more so what I was thinking.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, even if it's not, the timeline doesn't work for this particular project, I think that would be a good relationship to build,
Sure.
considering they don't have any
Yeah.
other formal accommodations outside of Airbnbs
Yeah.
or something like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, good point.
Madam Chair, may I interject?
Sure.
I want to vote against this, so I want to bring the motion up separately now to approve it, rather than have the two together. I want to split them.
Okay,
I'm being transparent by saying I'm going to vote against this. But I will put up a motion to approve.
Do you want us to go through the last one?
yeah,
Well, I want to separate them.
Okay.
I mean, you can
Okay.
do it afterwards. Either way, I still want to separate them.
okay. Well, what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to vote on this one now?
Can we hear the second one and then vote? Or I guess, I hear there's gonna be 2 votes.
Yes.
And the request for this next one is 125,000.
What page is the next one? I put mine.
It's
23 and
page
23.
23.
I only have half, but you can.
It's page 23.
Okay, well, let's do this. Okay, let's go on and vote on the Hanging Rock. Okay, wait a second.
No,
Whoop.
not yet.
Okay, let's go on and, can we have a motion on the floor for the Hanging Rock State Park request of 800,000 for Veda Mecum? Is there a motion to approve?
I have a question.
Okay.
Is it appropriate to ask a question now?
Yes.
The 800,000 here is for the septic system.
Septic and minor stuff that they found as they opened up the walls. Without the 800,000, it will delay completion of the project significantly.
Well, I wouldn't say delay.
Cancel.
If we don't have a septic system, we're not
I mean,
opening it.
sorry, open.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I'm
correct.
saying, delay wouldn't be it.
Yeah,
Okay.
But the other 14 million plus has been approved.
Oh, everything, yeah. That's all, yeah, that's all funded.
I make a motion to approve the $800,000 for the Vade Mecum project.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Beth. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Addie. Any more discussion?
I have another question.
Okay?
Since work has started here, is that 15, or whatever maybe the difference from the 8, that remaining balance, how much of that has been spent?
I couldn't tell you, probably at least 50% of it, if not more. I mean, you can see from these pictures.
Right, that's
They
why I
are
was.
well into construction.
Right,
It's not like they're just breaking ground.
right.
Any other comments, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nay. 1. Okay? So the motion passes. Thank you. Pettigrew?
Pettigrew. This is for lake monitoring stations. There's been many studies that have gone on at Pettigrew, and this is for the capital installation of some lake monitoring stations that'll give park staff the ability to have real-time updates on lake levels, and then be able to better monitor and what's the right word?
Manage.
Manage, thank you, the lake levels up and down through gates that we have and canals that run out of the park.
A lot of history to this lake level issue there, a lot of history. We need to manage that lake level and protect the resources, the archaeological resources and a lot that's there. We need a good understanding of that project, and I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve by Lewis, a second by Beth. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Thank you, Dave.
That's it, thank you all.
Let's see, we're gonna get out of here really early today, guys.
I have a question.
Oh, wait, Addie has a question?
Yeah, and this could be just because I'm a newbie and I can't remember how things function. But do we have like we're approving projects as needed for various requests. Do we have like a fund balance so I can see where, okay, we're asking for this amount that was just on the screen and I've already forgotten it. But how much is left or how much we're using in a year, or I don't want to be too restrictive, but I don't want to be.
Didn't we have that?
Yeah, don't we usually have that in the packet?
Didn't
Like
we have
the-
it? It's
Yeah,
right up there.
As it's estimated, we didn't include it.
Oh, that's
So
the fund balance.
we have a
That's
fund
right.
balance of 19 million for this year, give or
Okay.
take. And we're asking for, what did I just say, 3.9,
Yeah,
give or take?
okay. I just missed that at the beginning.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Right. Any other
19
comments?
On the state side.
Stateside, yes. Thank you, Brian.
Michelle?
So this is for 25-26 fiscal year, so
Yes.
all of 24-25 has been allocated and
Yep.
maybe under contract
Yep.
already, right? Yeah.
A little bit was, some land projects fell through that we put back in here, and there's a little bit on the local side that's gonna be put back in that you guys will hear about in August. But, yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Okay, we've had a big day. We have one more big thing, unless I'm missing something else, that we need to do, and that's acknowledge some of our terms that have come to an end. And unfortunately, one of those is Beth Hiley's.
Wait, until, okay, sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
Say they so.
Okay, we'll overrule it. We'll overrule it.
It's been 6 years. I've done 2 3-year terms.
2 3-year terms.
Oh, is that what we kept at?
Yeah.
You can come back.
Yes,
Go away and
thank
come
you.
back.
Okay. So, Beth,
Thank you.
we have a few little things for you. Whoops, excuse me. And
Thank you,
Turn
thank you.
around.
Are we
Hold on, hold on.
capped at 6 years?
But I want to take a few minutes just to thank Beth because, you know, she is just awesome. And I think when I first met Beth, we had a walk around a lake, and she seemed like to me at that point in her life she was trying to figure out what she wanted to do next. And I think, well, not in everything, but anyway, I know that I could not be happier that you chose to do what you did and that you've been on the Parks Board. I think you're just an amazing ambassador for parks, not just even in North Carolina, but as we can see from pictures when Vonda shows them from around the country
Right.
at conferences. I think in terms of the Year of the Trail, I would credit you with all that. I would credit you with the Great Trail State, the Great Trails Coalition. You know, without you, I just don't think we would have those things.
Thank you.
And we certainly wouldn't have the energy and the enthusiasm behind them that you show. So one thing I want to do is, when I first met Beth at a first meeting, I could never figure out how to pronounce her last name. And she said, Hiley. And I said, oh, I can get that, Hiley. So we're going to go around the room. You don't have to if you don't want to. But we're going to say, what is the way you describe Beth, starting with Hiley? And I will say highly enthusiastic, and her enthusiasm is contagious.
Highly energetic.
What's the word for when you keep everything running on time?
Efficient.
Highly punctual.
That's good.
I'd say highly impactful. When I started, they were talking about the Scorp survey stuff, and they were trying to figure out why so many were coming out of Burke County, and they were like, it's Beth. That's what I remember.
Is it all of us or part of it?
Everybody.
Oh, I think you're highly awesome. I mean, I appreciate all of the Highleys, punctual, efficient, all of them. And I'm just so glad that our paths crossed. And I wish you the best of luck in your next adventure.
Highly persuasive of those on the state government. I say that as a compliment. It pushes out of our comfort zone to try things that we haven't done, and it's very persuasive of all these to make that success.
Highly personable. You're very easy to like and talk to and everything, and just you make a great first impression.
And this isn't the right way to say this, but highly the person that doesn't need a lot of sleep. When I get from Beth, and I'm like, get up, and I'm like, what? She's already been working for 3 hours.
Which is a great segue into my highly committed to and loving of our state. Thank you.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Highly passionate and competent.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I would say highly challenging, because I really love the way, I mean, you really do. It's like, that's stupid. Why are we doing that? Do you know what I mean? You hear that all the time. And it's just like, that doesn't make sense, Brian. That doesn't make sense. Why are we doing that? I just love that. You question everything. That's great.
Anybody from over there?
Highly likely to be recruited by other people to be on their board. I'll give you my card.
I'll go with highly determined, because once Beth sets her mind to something,
That's
she'll
right.
get it her way, because she's getting it.
Oh, yeah.
No
Well,
pressure.
thank
Anybody
y'all
else?
very, very much. It's been an awesome ride. I remember when I came in 2019 in August, Nate gave me the overview, and I was scared to death, but Lewis and Cynthia and Neil at the time all took me under their wings and guided me, and I have to say, like, we have done a lot for the state and local governments, but I have grown so much as a person. Like, y'all give me the confidence to be all these highly things, because, like, you're right there with me a lot of the times getting on board, or you push me back and make me even more determined to come after something. So it's been great. Like, I don't know how I've been so fortunate to have this gig, but it's been awesome. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And you're highly fun, too. Speaking of, unless anybody else has anything to say, it's time to wrap up and go have fun with the 50th celebration. And thank you, of course, to Brian and all the staff. You guys really, as I said earlier, I just wish we could do more for you than we can, and maybe we'll figure out a way. But for now, we can just say thank you so much, and please get some sleep and take care of yourselves, and don't work yourselves to death. And also for the RRS staff, I think without y'all, we would really be lost. So thank you so much.
Yes.
And Jeff, thanks for coming and sitting through. And thanks, guys. I guess we'll keep playing.
This? Can I, like, take this thing off and keep it?
Oh, yeah.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, along with your hard
Your
hat.
hard hat. We got to get you a hard hat.
We'll put that.
Tell them your hard hat story.
I'm going to work on the hard hat.
This nice
So
lady.
hilarious. She's like, no.
This nice lady, who I think her mother laid down in front of a bulldozer, then said I could purchase my hat for $20. So I went and paid the man my $20, and I was on the way out the door when a lady, I'm gonna need that hat. Like, I paid $20 for this hat.
But she said, you can have it if you need it. Like,
So
okay.
my hat is in a box for the next groundbreaking Chocolate Ridge.
Do we leave our notebooks for the whatever y'all do? The notebooks.
And
We have to leave.
we don't have, like, dinner's on your own, and then we have the thing at
Yes.
6? Is that right?
Lily, did you review the schedule for the evening? Do you know that offhand?
Yeah.
That's news to me.
Drones are at 9.
I mean, I've got all my own.
Everybody.
all your notes.
if you want to go.
Well, I know that.
The reception starts at 5:30, there's live music at 7, and the drone show's at 9. If you don't want to be in the park, in the crowd for the drone show at the eateries that are nearby, like Austin's Eatery, you can sit in the parking lot and watch the drone show. That was my inside tip from the park staff.
Ah.
So
you have she has
I do
So
have
the-
passes.
The other thing is at 4 at Miller's down here, if people want to eat before, they said just come at 4, we can seat as many as we want. So it's sort of on your way out, it's called Miller's Landing, I think. Waterfront, it's on the
In
waterfront.
Manteo or up on the island?
It's on the island, yeah, right on your left, sort of as soon as you turn in, it's up on your left, sort of, you can see it, it's back there on the bay side, I guess, is that right? Not on the ocean front, but on the bay side. Sound side, thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn. I never remember that. Okay, Mavis motions to adjourn.
Beth should second or something.
Beth.
Class dismissed.
Just say, in honor of Beth, we adjourn.
I don't have it laying around.